Hello, friends. Welcome to Tri-Day Friday here on Coding Garden. If you're watching this when it's not live, because this is a live stream, be sure to check the description so you can skip ahead to the main content. In the meantime, we're going to hang out in the waiting room, so I'll see you soon. Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to Try Day Friday, which is the day of the week where we try something new, something that I haven't tried before or haven't tried in a long time. So last week we tried HTMX, and that was interesting and fun. And today we don't know what we're going to do or what we're going to try, but welcome in, everyone. Apparently my HDMI is not working. Give me a second. If it ain't something, it's something. I'm already 30 minutes late. Okay. I guess this is debug stream. So now I gotta debug why my screen isn't showing up. Give me a second. Well, this is unfortunate. I have another capture card I could use. I guess I'm gonna try that. Because this is a PCI capture card. There's no way I can like unplug it and plug it back in. It's literally inside my laptop or inside my streaming computer. So I'll be right back. In the meantime, hang out, say hello to each other. We're gonna fix this. We're gonna fix this. Yeah, I'll leave you with some music too. I'm back. It works, hopefully. I've had issues with this capture card where my mouse stops working. So hopefully that's not an issue anymore. Actually, that was with my old Mac. We're back. We're back. We're back. The screen works. You missed nothing because we had technical difficulties. My capture card stopped working. But welcome in, everyone. I'll start over. It's Try Day Friday. So last week we tried HTMX, and that was fun. We built an autocomplete UI using it. And today we don't know what we're going to try. Honestly, I mentioned I thought it might be Rust. I think I have more of a feeling that it's going to be Laravel. But we are going to vote on what I try right now, and then we'll try it. And the thing is, if it's something that I've never used before or never built something with before, you're going to see me learning live. So like if we choose Rust, I know very little about Rust. So you would literally see me learning as I'm building a thing. And so whatever we choose, typically what I'm going to do is get a basic introduction to what the thing is, get a feel for it, and then once I think I have a good enough grasp on it, we would then jump into trying to build something with it. Like last week, we learned about it, and then we just jumped in and tried to build an autocomplete UI. That was the plan, or that's the plan. That's what we did. So today, very similar thing. If you have, yeah, I think that's the thing. But I haven't built a .NET API in like at least a year and a half, because I built one on stream, and then I worked in .NET at my last job, and then I worked professionally as a .NET developer for like 3 years or so. So yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be as fun as if we chose that one, because I'll kind of already know what I'm doing. So we'll take that into account when we're voting. And maybe we just reserve this for a different series on stream, because some people do want to see me build like a .NET API and stuff like that. Okay, if you have any other ideas for what we should try, you should go vote here. We're going to collect the top 5, and then we'll do an overall poll for that. So if you go to vox.coding.garden, the link is here if you don't want to type it. But you can see some commands to submit a new idea, but I would prefer if you just voted on the ones that were already there. You, of course, can add a new idea, but if you see one that you would like me to do today, you can do ! upvote followed by the number. And the main thing here is for wanting me to try something, it shouldn't be like a specific build X kind of app. It should be try building something with Laravel. Like, you're not going to dictate what I should build, but you can vote on what I should potentially try to learn and build it with. The other thing is, hello, welcome. I don't know, I keep losing my train of thought. I'm flustered. I'm like 30 minutes late, and then the moment I go live, my capture card wasn't working. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, it doesn't have to be tech. Like, if there is a tool that you'd like me to use, like Notion or some new plugin in VS Code, I'm also open to trying those things too. And obviously those things aren't going to take as long, so we can kind of like make a list of a couple of things that I might try today. So there's no, I mean, is Rust even on here? Pranyan has learning Rust 6 days ago. So if you want me to learn Rust, upvote number 4327. I will. Rust will be on the list. I know like, because there were a couple of other ones where people like mentioned Rust too. But yeah, like REST API with Rust. Here, I'm gonna just get rid of this one so that we can consolidate the votes onto just that one. If you want me to learn Rust. So yeah, right now, submit your ideas. I'm gonna say hello to everyone, catch my breath, and then we'll jump into it. I don't have any prior experience with Laravel. I have built some things with PHP a long time ago, and then a stream about a year or so ago, I got PHP working and talking to a Mongo database with no framework. It was pure PHP. There was no Laravel or anything like that. So I have basic familiarity with PHP, but not Laravel. I haven't used Spring Boot before, so I don't have any resources on it. But if you want me to learn it, you can vote for it. Yeah, and like I've used Java in the past too, but I know nothing about the Java ecosystem. So part of my learning there would be like, well, what framework do I use? What tools do I use? That kind of thing. Oh yeah, Fob is literally the person that that suggested Laravel. Okay, let's say hi to everyone. Like I said, keep adding ideas or upvoting ideas. In roughly 5 minutes, we'll pick the top 5 and then we'll vote on what I'm going to try today. If you would like me to say hello to you, you can say hi, hello, hello, hey, yo, cheers, greetings, hi, us up, what's up, morning, afternoon, evening, howdy, good day, coding hi-yo, vohio, or boga hey. Say any one of these things, I will notice you. I will say hello to you. And Sequel Gorster was here on time. I was not here on time. What's up, Sequel Gorster? Hello, hello. What's up, The Vanisher, and TED Talks, and Eddie, and Alka. What's up, Frank Rowe? And Veeb, yep, that's the other thing. I'm all over the place. I forgot to update my stream title and go live notification, so sorry about that. But yeah, Veeb, welcome in. What's up, Anurag and Moshiko, and Matej Dujava, hello, and Mark Boots, what's up, Ariane Kosturi and X Palma, and Amitabh Haas, hello, what's up, Steven? Says hi, Dad. What's up, Ched? Hey, Ep21, hello, Riley Hawksworth, and Gaurav, and Dr. Phantom, and Julian, and Steve, and Yazanala, good to see you. What's up, Matt Cobalt, and Vittorio, and Programming Problems. Hello, Oprus, and Paul McCormick. Hello, Sam, and SMC May I, and Harsh Dev, and Heck. Hello, what's up, Hemoglobin, and Crazy Vulcan, and Part-Time Married, and Brilvio, and Sheeses. Hello. Lorenzo, how's it going? What's up, Bytherial, and Pranyan, and Irasam, Dark Coder, Shivam, Webneat, Howdy Secret, how's it going? What's up, Vernage, and G-Dragon, and Veritatas. Welcome in, everyone. If I didn't say hello to you, then that means you didn't match this regular expression. If your message didn't match that regular expression, like if you misspelled a word, or you combined some words, or you said yo, because actually, is yo on the list? Yo is on the list. What's up, Brooklyn Dev? Welcome in. Pronunciation on point. She says. I don't even remember what I said. But welcome in. What's up, Ryan? Hello, Dr. Phantom again. The Black Quill, hello. If the streamer didn't greet you, you have to go learn regex. You have homework. Yeah. I've never played the cello. No, I don't know. I've never played any bowed instruments. Isn't cello spelled without an H? But I play guitar and bass. I'm okay at drums. I'm okay at saxophone. I don't really know how to play piano, but I know what all the keys are, and I can figure it out, but I wouldn't call myself a piano player. What's up, Qubit? Hello. Yeah, I mean, we could add other languages. The thing is, I think we technically have G'day, which isn't another language, but it is like for the Australians, I guess, or whoever else says G'day. But we've avoided adding other languages just because we do have a rule about keeping the chat in English. But we could do Hallo, Guten Tag, Hola, all those things. Bonjour. Okay, let's pick the top 5 and then we'll get into it. Namaste. Okay, if we can look, yeah, Laravel is definitely gonna be on the list. Laravel is the top most rated thing. I'm tempted to not put .NET API on the list just because, like I've said, I've used it before, so it wouldn't be really trying it for the first time. It would be trying version 7. I think the last version I tried was 5, and now we're at version 7. But I think we're going to leave .NET off the list for today. That's not to say we won't do it in the future, but we will leave it off for today. Let's see what else. Rust is also top of the list. Machine learning, also top of the list. Godot, top of the list. ShadCN, gRPC. I saw quite a few for Spring Boot. We'll put Spring Boot on the list. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's 5. Yep. 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 Okay, that's our list. That's our list. This is what we're gonna vote on. Laravel, Rust, something in machine learning, Godot, or Java Spring Boot. The thing is, this is super wide open, right? We could even use like TensorFlow JS or something like that if we wanted to. Machine learning it's very, I don't know, if we vote for that, it's very wide open. We're gonna have to spend some time figuring out what do we do? Do we train a model? Do we use a pre-trained model? What are we gonna do with machine learning? But here we go. Let's vote on it right now. Is Astro high up there? There's one. Okay, that's technically two. That's three. Four? There's like 3 votes for Astro. How many options do I have on a Twitch poll? 1, 2, 3, 4. I only have 5 options. But that's the other thing about training is like then we have to come up with training data or find some training data. Yeah, okay, and then what was on there? Oh, yeah, Astro, people want me to try Astro too. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna vote on these 5. We'll pick like the top 4 and vote on that in combination with Astro. Here we go. What to try today? We've got Laravel, which is PHP, if you did not know. We've got Rust, which is also fairly open-ended. I would learn the basics of the Rust language and then would figure out some things to do. I probably would start off with like some simple code katas so I can like kind of get the hang of writing in Rust, and then a lot of JavaScript command line tools are written in Rust. So it could be fun to build like a CLI with Rust that does something interesting. We could come up with a list of ideas, but in the past, I don't know, actually, it could be interesting to recreate my Create Express API command line tool, but do it with Rust instead. It's actually fairly simple. Ideally, if Rust isn't, if we choose Rust and Rust isn't too hard, I could recreate this command line tool. So this is a command line tool that you can run that automatically clones one of my 2 starter repos, and we could recreate this with Rust. I mean, you'll see the code is fairly simple. We literally just ask. Oh, actually, we don't even ask for a question. We have some command line flags, and then we literally clone a Git repo and then automatically do an npm install. It's not too complicated, but doing the same thing in Rust could be interesting. Yeah, I mean, it would technically be faster. It would be faster. But yeah, we would do something like that. All right, so for Godot is a game engine, which I've never used. I'm guessing, do they have their own language? We would learn the Godot language. Yeah. Fascinating. So we would have to come up with a list of game ideas that you do GD script or .NET. I see. Oh, well, that's tempting because I kind of already know C#. And then I guess GD script is this language here. It's kind of like Python. Fascinating. All right, so that's Godot. We would build a game. We'd learn the basics. We'd probably go through the tutorial that builds a game, and then after that, we'd try to build our own custom game. Laravel 1. And then, yeah, we have machine learning, which is really open-ended. Honestly, we might go look at Coding Train to get some inspiration. The Coding Train is awesome. I haven't had a chance to watch him in a long time, but he's done a ton of stuff on machine learning. He's used ML5. Yeah, he's used ML5. It's like a machine learning library that works in the browser that's based on top of TensorFlow JS. But people are saying we need to do something a bit more complex, so we would want to train a model. And he's done some videos on like teachable machines. So yeah, and thanks for the links and shout outs. Definitely go check out his YouTube channel. He also has this playlist if you're looking to learn to code. But we could get some inspiration for about like what do we train or what do we try to build? But that one is pretty open-ended. And then Java Spring Boot. So Spring Boot is a framework for building APIs with Java. I have only ever spun up like a basic API with this thing when I was just like testing it out, but we would dive deeper. We would see like what the ecosystem is like. We probably would try to build something that has like Swagger documentation, maybe have some auth on top of it. Very similar to like the .NET API we built a couple of years ago. So that's probably what we would do with that. And then I need to give Laravel a fair chance too. So if you haven't heard of Laravel, it's like modern PHP, and a lot of people really like working in Laravel. And what I know about Laravel is that they also have an integration with Vue.js. So I'm a big fan of Vue.js, and I don't know if it's still a thing, but you can make it so that like your pages are server rendered, but the client technology can be Vue, and then it can interact with your Laravel backend. But what's the equivalent of Laravel like in the Node.js world? There really isn't one. Maybe Sales.js, which is an MVC framework for Node. Like maybe, okay, Inertia, the modern monolith. Well, actually, you can use any backend with this, I thought. Yeah, I think Adonis is maybe what I'm thinking of. Well, not that. Careful. Adonis.js, a full-featured web framework. Yeah, this might be the closest, maybe even like Nest.js. But yeah, basically it's like a full-featured backend framework. It's art, everybody. Calm down. It's art. It's art. So these are going to be your options. We've got Laravel, Rust, Godot, machine learning, Java Spring Boot. Each one of them, we would build a potentially different thing. Yeah, these are your options. You'll have 5 minutes to vote. Here we go. I'll give you the same poll over on YouTube. And thank you, Drills. Thank you for the tier 3. Yeah, Nest is also what I thought of when, because thinking of Laravel, but maybe it's not. Nest is probably closer to like enterprise Java. We only have 4 options on YouTube. How many people are watching on YouTube? 79. Okay, we'll have to do 2 polls on YouTube. I probably should, honestly, no, we're just gonna do a straw poll. Give me a second. So that way all the votes are combined, and then they also have ways of preventing cheating. Is straw poll what I'm thinking of? And that way we can also put whatever it was we had on the list. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do my best to like explain everything as I go, and I mean a lot of this stuff I will be learning, so I'll kind of be, as I learn it, I will, part of my learning process is to repeat it with my own words and my own understanding. So that's potentially something that could help people, because I will distill it into my brain and then try to echo it back. All right, we're gonna do 1 vote per IP address. So if you're on a shared connection, confer with the person that's sharing your connection. Okay. I'm about to send you the link. All right, I'm gonna, can I not end the poll? Yeah, I can't end, oh, here we go, in the poll. Anonymous gifter. Thank you for the gift. Oh, my sound is off. I'll fix that. spelled Astro wrong. um, someone on my with my IP address has already voted. I think it was my wife. she she already voted. Okay. I'll put a we'll put a 5-minute timer up, and or it could have been my dog. It could have been my dog that voted. But yeah, so like Rust and Laravel are a tight top two. But I mean, there's a lot of people watching that haven't voted. I can tell. So go to the link, vote now. You get to decide what we try today. I like that idea, Mark Boots. I think so. This is only the second time that we've done Try Day Friday, and I think what would be good is also if you all knew what I was going to try ahead of time. So if we all basically had like a running list that people have already voted on, because we know at some point we're gonna try Laravel, Rust, everything on this list. We're gonna try at least at some point because there is some interest in it. But we do have the Try Day Friday GitHub. Oh, I guess this had a few suggestions as well. So you have Feathers Pina. Wait, Dino Fresh? What? Oh, yeah. I like this idea. Like we can kind of like continue the autocomplete UI showdown. But it's almost like we should consolidate all of the conversation and voting in the GitHub issues, because we can also have conversations about like, well, this is what you should try and build with it, or different stuff like that. And then we can know like a week or two ahead of time of what we're going to try. So you can also know if you want to tune in on that specific day. Yeah, no worries, Heck. We'll see you later. Yeah, what's up, Nick Coates? Welcome in. I have no idea how Windows Defender works. Yeah. Rust and Laravel? I don't think that would be a thing. Yeah, Strawpoll has a lot of cheat detection built in. Like I set it so there's only one vote per IP address. But also like it'll detect if you're on a VPN and a few other things, just so people don't game the system. I think we will do. I like runoff voting. I like that. So we'll pick the top. Honestly, we'll pick the top two. We'll pick the top two, and then we'll have a runoff vote. Because I mean this is the problem with our with politics in the U.S. All of these people's votes would have been thrown out. But if you do like ranked choice voting, all of these people actually get to have a say. So all the people that voted for these things will now get to say, all right, well, do I want to see Rust or Laravel? But yeah, we do not have ranked choice voting in the United States. Create a Laravel site with a Rust WebSocket server. Well, Laravel is already backend. I feel like you could probably do sockets with the PHP and Laravel. And thank you, DW Craig. Thank you for the gift. Much appreciated. All right, you've got 1 minute and 48 seconds to vote. I think we already know who the top two are going to be, but Java Spring could come from behind, and then those would be the top two that we vote on. Oh, I don't know if it does default GN. That would be, we would yeah. So that could be the other thing is when you go in to vote. And thank you, Razorson. Thanks for the resub. But when you go to vote, you choose the order of your preferences, and then it takes that into account. So like if we X out the bottom three, automatically the votes are shifted because those people already voted. Yeah. Never heard someone pronounce Laravel that way? Laravel? Laravel? Laravel. I like saying it like a woman's name, Laura. it's Laravel, but I don't know. And Kogi developer, thank you for the prime. Laravel pronunciation. Laravel. How to pronounce Laravel?
Laravel.
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 Lalavel? Oh, here we go. It's on Reddit. How is Laravel pronounced? Laravel? All right, time's up. Rust and Laravel are the top two, so we're going to do another poll with just Rust and Laravel. And we'll go from there. Laravel? Okay, if we're going, like, if this is an English word, vowel, consonant, vowel means that the A is a long A, so it would be lay. So, or A. So lay, ray, vel. Lay, ray, vel is the actual English pronunciation. I don't know if this is an English word. Lay, ray, vel sounds totally wrong. But if it's like a French word or something, it's like Laravel, Laravel, I guess. I don't know. But yeah. Vote here. Is it British? I actually don't know. Creators from Northern Europe. Oh, I haven't seen that before. Can you add an issue on the GitHub repo? It's this. I'll link it. I might evaluate what we can use for voting. Because the other thing is we probably also want like long-term voting, right? So like if the poll just exists and is always there and people always have the chance to like vote with either like their Twitch or YouTube account, then we don't even have to run a vote at the beginning of the stream. We can just pick the one that has the most votes currently, because then people could vote anytime, even when I'm not live. The thing we're going to try doing today is pronouncing Laravel. It's very close. You all better get your votes in. It's very close. If it's a tie, I get to decide. And I'm probably going to decide what's going to be easier for me to learn live. Because I don't think some of you realize how much of a struggle bus this could be. If I feel like I could get a pretty good grasp on Laravel because, you know, I do web dev. I've done PHP before. PHP isn't too different from JavaScript. Rust is a whole different beast. Rust is, yeah, you're going to see me, I think, struggling to learn and figure out Rust. Or also just complaining that Rust isn't dynamic like JavaScript. You're here for the struggle bus? That's cool. That's cool if that's what you're here for. Okay. How do we pronounce Laravel? I've heard Laravel. For everyone except its creator, Taylor Otwell, whom usually pronounces it Laravel. He sometimes slips, though. He seems to have a bit of a southern accent, but the vowel sometimes seems forced from him. Like it's similar to some other word he's used to hearing that way, like a military word. Huh. Am I gonna rage quit on whatever we choose now? I don't know what everyone is, how else pronounces it, but I say Laravel. It's Laravel. He came up with the name from C.S. Lewis' Chronicles of Narnia. Larval. Rust is 10 votes. Somebody spun up some cloud machines to do their voting for them. But that's okay. That's okay. Hey, it's a 404. Thank you for the resub. According to a bunch of juniors I have working with me, it's Laravel. I have no idea how they came to that conclusion. Here's a video where Taylor Otwell says the name. Let me plug in my sound. It seems like we're probably going to go with Laravel.
Hi, this is Taylor Otwell back with another Laravel screencast.
Laravel.
In this screencast, I wanted to talk a little bit about the injection and Hi, this is Taylor Otwell back with another Laravel screencast.
Laravel. Laravel. I think I'm still gonna call it Laravel. But it didn't win. I think do we give it, okay, I'm gonna give it 2 more minutes. If you really want me to learn Laravel, you have 2 minutes to send a message to your buddies to go vote. 2 minutes, and we will decide. Laravel. Laravel. I still like Laravel because, yeah, I guess I was thinking of like Lara Croft from Tomb Raider. Yeah, and don't spin up any bots. Don't scam the system. Oh, thank you, Coding with Lewis. And how's it going? Welcome in. I'm pronouncing Lara Croft. Is it Lara Croft? Oh, I didn't know that. So it's like, okay. Yeah, this is, I'm drinking straight from the blue screen. I think it's a done deal. You got 45 seconds. How do we pronounce roost? Roost? It's roost, right? Like with an umlaut? I don't think you can change your vote now. Roost? This is such a tight race. I think we can already say whatever doesn't win, next week we're doing that. Yeah, you got 5 seconds. I'm fascinated that votes keep coming in. That was really loud. Sorry about that. It's Rust. Rust is the winner. And next week we're gonna do Laravel straight up. No, we won't even vote next week. We're gonna kick things off and just start doing Laravel next week. But today's topic is Rust. This will be fun. It'll be fun to build a command line tool with it. So we got to make a list. What is it? How do we get started? And then I guess we also want to know why would we use it? And then we will try to build a CLI Git repo cloner. That's the project that we're going to build with it. I am going to update my title, update my thumbnail, and then we're gonna get into it. I'll put some music on for like the next 2 minutes while I update everything, so everybody knows what we're working on, and then we'll get started. And like I said, it's probably going to be struggle bus because I know nothing about it, and we're basically learning a language from scratch. So here we go. Here we go. You can't hear me. You can't hear me. Hello. Welcome in. We're gonna we are here we go with no sound. We're gonna learn Rust now. But I said type 1 in chat if you're excited for me to learn Rust. People have requested it quite a bit. I think I learned a while back. I learned enough to solve like an 8Q code kata, like the basics of programming with Rust. I did a while back. But the plan is to learn it and also try to teach you about it as I learn it. So here's the game plan. I feel sorry for you. It should be fine. It'll be fine. I think the main mental shift here is we are moving from a dynamic language. So I typically do JavaScript development, and that's how these days that's how my mind works, is like thinking about things in a dynamic way. But Rust is a compiled language. It's statically typed. And so, I mean, I guess let me just put a list of what I already know about it based on what I've seen. Because like I haven't been living under a rock. I at least know what it is. So I know of it as a low-level programming language. Low level in the sense that you could compare it to like C or C++, or you could compare it to like Go, or any of these other like lower level languages. Some people probably are getting offended right now, like Rust is nothing like C or nothing like Go, but I'm comparing it in the sense that our compiled code runs natively on the machine. So compiled code runs natively. And so there's no like runtime. If you compare this to like Java or C#, they have the .NET runtime and the Java virtual machine, and that's basically a runtime that your code is running on top of. When we compile Rust code, it's running directly on the hardware that we've compiled it for. The other things that I've heard about it are that it is like memory safe. I don't know if this is the right term or what people, how they refer to it, but basically, in a lot of other lower level languages, you typically have to do manual memory management. Other low level languages require manual memory management. That is, you typically have to allocate space for the data that you're working with, right? So like in C and C++, if you want to create an array for data, you have to use malloc or alloc. So that way you allocate you basically set aside a space in memory to say, hey, I'm going to put some data here. And then when you're done using that data, you have to free it up. And you typically do that manually. Now there are in C++, and these days I know there are like shared pointers and auto pointers, but you still have to wrap your values in that. Brilvio was telling me that Go is garbage collected. So this is the other thing to compare it to. So you have, so, and then I'll say other low-level languages have a garbage collector. And so like C#, Java, Go, apparently, I actually don't know, have garbage collection, which means there's basically like a process running in the background that will automatically free up the memory after you're no longer using it. As far as I'm aware, Rust doesn't have garbage collection. I actually don't know if you can do manual memory management, but I guess what I've heard about it is like you'll get a compile error if you try to do something that in other languages typically would have been a runtime error. And maybe I'm wrong about that, but we're gonna learn. But this is like my cursory knowledge of it. So like memory errors are typically caught at compile time. Okay, so people are telling me no, that's not the case. Type and memory safe. Rust does not use a garbage collector. Cool. We'll validate my assumption. Not like the things that I think I know about this. We'll validate that once we get into the docs and start learning more about it. But like these are the things I've heard, and like this is my current understanding of it. What else? People like it. Like for people that do low level borrow checking, we'll have to learn about that. But people that do low level programming, at least that I've seen, when they come across Rust, they love it. So like low level programming people like it. The other thing I know about it is it's used for CLI tools and build tools in the JS ecosystem. So you're probably using things that were written in Rust and you don't even know it. If you're using command line build tools for your like JavaScript build system. Yeah, and we've all heard that it's blazing fast. Blazingly fast? Again, this is all the stuff that I think I know about it. We're going to validate all of these assumptions. Yeah, so like Turbo Repo, Turbo Pack, there's some like CSS processing tools that were written in Rust. Is ESBuild written in Rust? Maybe not. But there's a lot of things that are ESBuild is written in Go. SWC is written in Rust. Yeah, so the Speedy Web Compiler, and I do believe this is used by like Next, and then I think used internally by Turbo Pack and Turbo Repo. Okay, these are all of the things that I think I know about it. Let's get into it. Let's actually jump into their documentation. So I always like to start at the official documentation, official homepage when I'm learning something. I never really learned from like video tutorials or anything like that. I know a lot of people these days, I mean, a lot of people will go to me first when they're trying to learn something. I'll jump right into the docs because typically if a language wants to be used by people, then it has to have good documentation and pretty often good onboarding, and it should be good for beginners to learn the language and get going. So getting started, they have the Rust programming language book. And then there's a Rustlings course, and then also Rust by example. Let's add another one here is like how to learn. So there's a book. Yeah. And I've heard of people like going front to back from this in the book to learn. There is a Rustlings course. Small exercises to get you used to reading and writing Rust code. Cool. And then Rust by example. I have a feeling this is where I'm going to spend a lot of my time. And because this is typically how I like to learn a lot of things. I have a specific thing that I want to do, and I'm trying to do it with some new framework or new language. In this case, the thing that I'm going to want to do is build a CLI tool that can clone a Git repo, do an npm install. It can basically run system commands inside the CLI tool, and it has a few options that you can pass into it. So that's going to be the thing that I want to build with it. So I'm probably going to be just looking at a lot of existing examples and then just going from there. If I were tasked with using Rust at my job, I probably would slow down. I would probably slow down. I'd read the book. I'd do a course. But right now, I'm trying to do it live in front of a bunch of people. So I'm going to do my best to like learn just enough to get the thing working that I want working. And so this is Rust by example. And so, I mean, regardless of what I'm learning, the examples are typically what I learn a lot from. I guess I do a lot of like pattern matching of like, okay, I see how they did that there and how that can apply to what I want to do. Yeah, and then learn X and Y minutes. We've looked at this a lot when we've been looking at other programming languages, but this site is cool because it just has a bunch of programming languages, and then you can see at a high level what the language looks like. So we're going to see right now, this is our first introduction to Rust. Comments, they're the same, like C-style comments. We're used to this. Cool. Triple slashes, fascinating. Built-in documentation that can have markdown in it. That's cool. That's really cool. And then we have the function keyword that defines a method. We have our parameters to the function, which are typed. Looks like we're going to be dealing with integers, so that I'm guessing this is like an int 32, and then I'm guessing this is like a float 64-bit float. And then we can define our return type with the arrow here. And then it has implicit returns built in. That's fascinating. So if you use arrow functions in JavaScript without the curly braces, that implies an implicit return. And apparently you can do a similar thing here. So it's like just like the last expression of a function is the return value. Is that what they're saying? But already you can see my learning process. Like we haven't even looked at their docs. I'm just literally looking at the source code and like, all right, what can I learn from this? What is this telling me about the language? We're getting a little ahead of ourselves. Let's actually go through their official documentation a little bit. Okay. Do I know big companies that are using Rust? I have no idea, but probably. Okay. Core documentation. All of this documentation is also available locally using the rust up doc command, which will open up these resources for you in the browser without requiring a network connection. Cool. I don't have anything installed yet. I think we're also trying to answer the question of like, what is it? It is a low-level programming language. What else is it? what else can the docs tell me about? I think I'm in a loop here. I click learn. I'm already on the learn page. I click docs. That is the learn page. Yeah, general purpose, but they haven't told me that. I just know that. I guess we could start with the Rust book. Read like the intro to what the thing even is. The Rust programming language helps you write faster, more reliable software. High-level ergonomics and low-level control are often at odds in programming language design. Rust challenges that conflict. Through balancing powerful technical capacity and great developer experience, Rust gives you the option to control low-level details without all the hassle traditionally associated with such control. And so this one statement here is kind of what I've come to know about Rust. Like, I haven't used it. But this is what I have. These are my assumptions about it because that's all I've heard about it. And I'm gonna rephrase this in my own words to make sure that I understand what this book is saying. Yeah. So the first thing, the Rust programming language helps you write faster, more reliable software. I don't know how I can rephrase that. That's pretty straightforward, but. Sure. Okay. I guess I have to accept that is what it's going to let us do. High-level ergonomics and low-level control are often at odds in programming language design. Rust challenges that conflict. To me, this is saying Rust gives low-level control. And what we mean by low-level control is like systems programming. Like native programming, like bare metal. Basically, the code we're writing is like very, very close to the metal, very close to like the CPU, the actual hardware that it's running on. And so it gives the ability to do all of these things and so what they mean by high-level ergonomics is, to me, like I read that as developer experience. Like I can, and like what Faceless Voice is saying in a high-level fashion. So in a similar style to high-level languages. So think like Java, C#, even JavaScript, in that like a lot of times those languages kind of like hide the details from you at the cost of performance. But what we're reading here is that we can get that without the cost of performance. Through balancing powerful technical capacity and great developer experience, Rust gives you the option to control low-level details without all the hassle traditionally associated with such control. Yeah, so this is really just less hassle than traditional low-level programming languages. What language is Rust written in? That's a fascinating question because when it's a low-level language like this, there's just I know nothing about that. I know nothing about that. I think the language itself is open source. So Rust is written in Rust. Very similar, is it? Yeah, so that's fun. So if you've never seen this, but like C is written in C and C++ is written in C. And basically they have the initial compiler that can compile the language. And then they, or like can compile the compiler to create the compiler. And then they run the code through the compiler again because it can be further optimized. So it's like it's a language written in itself to create itself. Veeb is mentioning it's potentially bootstrap the C++, but yeah. And I guess that's a good comparison to make. TypeScript is written with TypeScript as well. Yeah. Yeah. So, but it's interesting to think about because with more dynamic languages, a lot of times those dynamic languages might actually be written in like a lower level language. So like JavaScript runtimes, like not the JavaScript language itself, a lot of that is written in JavaScript, but it's being hosted in the runtime that's already running. But like JavaScript runtimes are pretty often written in like C++. I do believe like node.js is written in C++. And Dino, what's Dino written in? V8 is C++, so V8 is what's running inside, or how Node.js does things. Is Dino written in Rust? Fascinating, yeah. And so that's another thing we'll learn about, like when we're working with low-level languages, is like low-level interop. So even though the V8 engine is written in C++, because Rust is also low-level, it can interop with that as if, well, not as if it was written in Rust, but because they're both working at the same low level, they can, at a certain point, communicate with each other without any loss of performance. It's not like you have to have a bridge between the two runtimes. You can actually write Rust code that natively links to with C++. Yeah. I don't know. Here's the thing. For what we're going to do today, none of that is actually important. It's interesting to learn about, but for us, it actually doesn't matter because at a certain point, we're just going to be using the dev tools. Like we're not trying to write the compiler from scratch. We're not trying to learn, like what are the intricacies of implementing the language. We just want to know how to use it. So it's fun. It's fun to dive into those conversations. But yeah, I think honestly, if we want to talk about that, that'd be a topic for a future discussion, which is like a self-hosting language. So like, how does a language compile itself so that it can compile itself? But yeah, it's fascinating. Okay. Is there anything else on this page? Rust is ideal for many people for a variety of reasons. Let's look at most of the important groups. Teams of developers. Yeah. Okay. So here's some other stuff we're learning about the dependency manager. So, what is it? How do we get started? Here we'll say the dependency manager is called Cargo. So in the Node.js world, we use npm to manage our dependencies. In this case, they use Cargo. And it's a combined dependency manager and build tool. Makes adding, compiling, and managing dependencies painless. Yeah, so if you're familiar with npm installing something in the Node.js world, Cargo is going to be a similar thing here where we can like grab an open source package that has some functionality that we want to add. Okay, so Cargo is like the npm CLI. Crates are like the npm repository. It didn't mention crates here, but I guess we'll learn about that. This is one thing that I had heard about Rust, is they have a built-in formatting tool so that everyone uses the same format in their source code. Like in JavaScript, there are so many opinions about like, should you use semicolons? Should you use single quotes or double quotes? And people can set up their linting and formatting tools with those preferences. As far as I know, Rust format has like some sensible defaults here. So built-in formatter sensible defaults every Rust developer uses. Yes, we don't spend 3 hours working on our ESLint config. What if we don't like the formatting? I'm sure you can change it. I'm sure it has options, but I think the main thing is like this is a first-party tool. It's built into the Rust ecosystem. It's not even a tool outside of. It's not managed by someone else. It's literally managed by the Rust team. So you can kind of like trust that, or not trust, but if you already trust the decisions that they've made, you're not going to be mad about any new decisions they make about formatting or whatever else. Ideally. Okay. The Rust language server powers integrated development environment integration for code completion and inline error messages. And so I'm guessing in VS Code we're going to have an extension that gives us this. So we get IDE integration and error messages, etc. Cool. Great. It's good for students, companies, open source developers, speed and stability. Yeah, I think why would we use it is speed and stability. This is what everyone claims. It's like if you're gonna be doing low-level stuffs, Rust is fast, it's stable, it has all this stuff built into it that you don't have to worry about. Yeah. Rust is for people who crave speed and stability in a language. By speed, we mean both how quickly Rust code can run and the speed at which Rust lets you write programs. That's a good distinction to make. So speed of developer experience, like how fast can I write a program, and then speed of running code. So after I run my code, how fast will it run? I do believe it's cross-platform in that they have a compiler for all of the different types of architectures. You're probably, because you're at a lower level, my guess is you're going to have to do some extra work if you're trying to do like Windows-specific things or like Mac-specific things. But my guess is at a base level, it is cross-platform, but then you'll have to do extra stuff depending on the platform you're compiling to, or depending on what you want to do on those various platforms. Because that's how it is in a lot of like lower level cross-platform stuff. Like I think of like Qt. Was it? Yeah. This thing. Cross-platform software for graphical user interfaces. Like technically this is like low level, but it you still have to do some platform specific stuff. Yeah. That's my understanding. The Rust compiler's checks ensure stability through feature additions and refactoring. This is a contrast to brittle legacy code in languages without these checks. Cool. So, what is this saying here? Ensures stability through feature additions and refactoring. So, stability. Compiler checked when new features are added to the lang. So like if you upgrade your compiler, it's going to tell you, hey, you're doing a deprecated thing, or hey, that's not supported anymore. It's all like kind of just built in. You don't have to worry about that kind of thing, is what I'm hearing. By striving for zero cost abstractions, higher level features that compile to low level code as fast as code written. Wait, did we miss an ad break? Oh, we must have missed an ad break. Please let me know when ads are happening, so I won't talk over them. But we have 42 minutes till the next ad break, so we're gonna do some reading until then. Okay, Rust endeavors to make safe code to be fast code as well. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Okay, sorry about that, everybody. Ideally, I pause during the ads because I run 3 minutes of ads every hour, so that way you don't get any pre-rolls. But just let me know next time the ads are happening. I need to integrate it into my overlay. I just haven't had the chance to do that. Okay, the Rust lang hopes to support many other uses as well. Those mentioned here are merely some of the biggest stakeholders. Overall, Rust's greatest ambition is to eliminate the trade-offs that programmers have accepted for decades by providing safety and productivity, speed, and ergonomics. This is a good summary of like why would we use it. This is like from the Rust book. I think that's a good little tidbit right there. Okay, so we figured out like what it is, what it can do. I do just want to get started. I want to install Rust on my machine. I want to get the VS Code extension. I want to run a hello world. So let's get this going. So hello world. Let's get a hello world Rust happening. Here we go. Using Rust up. They've already detected I am running Mac. I need to download Rust up. I'm just going to trust that I can run this command and not run into any issues. Okay. They'll be added here. Cool. This is interesting. It's going to put it in my home directory, so it's not. It looks like I won't have to have any like super user permissions or anything like that. It's going to be added to my path. And currently, we're going to get the Apple Darwin Arch 64 stable default. Update my path. Let's go. Oh yeah. Do they guess they don't have dark mode? Do they have dark mode? They don't have dark mode. We'll have to use dark reader. Okay. Rust is installed. To get started, you may need to restart your current shell. This would reload your path environment variable. To configure your current shell, run that. Let's see. Are we in? Toolchain management with Rust up. Do we have Rust up? We do. We've installed it. Good to go. So this page will tell us how to install. We just run the command. It pre-configured my path environment. So it very likely just modified my zish RC because I'm using zish, so that now when I run the Rust up command, it knows where to find it. So, cool. Yeah, we don't want to uninstall it. Great, we have it. I want to do a hello world. Show me a hello world. Okay, so here's the Rust hello world. So let's just copy paste this, and then from the command line we can compile it. So the other thing I'm going to do is here. I'll create a folder that has all our stuffs inside of it. And we'll make a directory called hello world. Okay, so now we're inside the hello world folder. I'm going to make sure that I have the VS Code extension for Rust. Extensions for Rust, 160,000 downloads or installs? Or do I want Rust Analyzer? This one's from rustlang.org. This is... Oh no, this is an extension. I see. This includes multiple extensions. This includes Rust Analyzer, crates, and Rust syntax. So if I install this, I'm going to get 3 extensions, which are all the extensions I need for working with Rust. Did I go into the wrong directory? Oh, you're right. I named the directory wrong. I'll fix that. Okay, so I have the extensions installed. I'm just going to close this because I need to rename this directory. Maybe we can write hello Laravel. Yeah, we could to make everyone else happy. Yeah. What's up, Banana Dev? So we looked at the Rust book to learn why do we want to learn Rust. I'm going to take a cowboy approach and just figure out, I'm going to learn as minimal as possible to get the thing done that I want to get done. But before that, we're just going to get a hello world working. So this says create a hello.rs. My JavaScript tendencies want me to call this index.rs. I don't know if that's going to be allowed, but I'm going to call this index.rs. I haven't learned about cargo yet. I'm trying to follow this, and this actually has a command line tool. Do I need to call it main? They're calling it hello here. It is interesting though that the syntax highlighting is a little bit off, probably based on my theme. Index, is it gonna yell at me? We're gonna see. Look, here's the other aspect of like my learning style is try it and see, right? If I don't try it, I won't know that that's something that I can or cannot do. So here we go. I've got this index.rs. I'm gonna run the Rust compiler on it. That was fast. And then that spits out a binary. You can see this is an executable file. And now if I run it, it says hello world. Look at me. I'm a Rust developer. I can do it. That's easy. That's super easy. People are telling me I should learn about cargo though, because I'm guessing cargo is what you want to give you a basic project, probably with some like sensible defaults and stuff like that. Yeah, I can put Rust on my resume now. That was fast. That was really yeah, I compiled extremely fast. That's very surprising. I'd be curious to make sure I don't commit binaries to my my repo. Like, you typically would not want to push this compiled file up to GitHub. I'm guessing that cargo is going to set up like a build folder that gets ignored. But for now, I'm just going to delete that to make sure that I don't actually push up binaries to GitHub. Okay, we have a hello world. That's awesome. Let's see some of their other examples. Learn to create a library, and then they have cargo. Let's look at cargo. Cargo is the official Rust package management tool. It's dependency management and integration. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So like cargo sets up the build process, adds a get ignore. Yeah, that's what we want. Unit test benchmarks. To create a new Rust project, call it that. To create a new... No, okay, so I think we want a binary because we're going to be creating a CLI tool that can do git cloning and npm installs. Yeah, so like foo has a main. Okay, I'm gonna take notes on this. So we're gonna use cargo to generate our project. And then use cargo to generate a project or library. And then we just followed the hello world from the Rust by example. I'll probably be live for at least another 2 hours. That's my plan anyways. Unless we get this, look, if we get a CLI tool working in Rust in the next hour, maybe we'll just jump into Laravel anyways. But yeah, probably I'm guessing 2 hours or so to get this all working. All right, next thing I want to do is create a package because we're going to be building a CLI git repo cloner thingy. So I'm going to run through this thing, which tells me how to create a package. So here we go. We're going to run cargo new, and then we're going to call it create express API. Everything's just so fast. So that created the folder. And then let's see what we get. We've got our cargo.toml. Should I be getting any kind of syntax highlighting in here? I'm going to look for a toml extension. Even better, toml. There we go. I want to see syntax highlighting. So our packages have a name, a version, and then an addition. And we can learn more about it here. I would guess that this toml file is synonymous with like our package.json in the Node.js world. So this kind of describes our project, its version, and then it's going to list any dependencies we install here as well. Cool. What next? Yeah, name field marks that. Cool. Okay, this is I want to. It's fun that you asked, Lame. Is I want to create a CLI. So, for example, suppose our program wants to have a great CLI. You can find lots of great packages on crates.io, and one of the popular choices is Clap. So we're probably going to be using this to create our CLI tool, a simple to use, efficient, and full-featured command line argument parser. Yeah. So to show an example of what we're going to be recreating is it's a really simple command that basically just has two command line flags. You do -d to specify what folder you want to clone this repo into, and then you do -t if you want it to use the TypeScript template. That's it. This is what we're building. I honestly don't think I'm going to have to get into too much of the complexities of Rust to get a command like this working, but that's what I need. I need to be able to parse these two command line arguments, and so they're telling me that clap is used for that. Cargo uses clap. All right, we'll use clap. We'll use clap. And here's the other thing. So like now that I'm getting into the thing that I want to do with Rust, I might even be looking at the clap documentation and then referring back to Rust docs if I need to, but in the meantime, kind of just figuring things out. Yeah, this doesn't look that scary. For a second, it looked scary, but then I calmed myself and reminded myself that we're learning Rust. So yeah, this isn't that scary. Okay. I'm guessing, so yeah, let's try to install clap as a dependency. How are we going to do that? So to add a dependency to our program, we can simply add the following to our cargo.toml under dependencies. That's the builder API. Yeah, we'll figure out the right one. And that's it. You can start using clap in your program. Yeah, that's what I want to find, Lame, is what is the command line thing I can do to add a dependency? They didn't tell me that, but that's this seems right. It feels like I've seen someone do this before. Cool. And that is like an npm install, and it should automatically add it to my dependencies. Cool. This is another thing. The VS Code integration has a little check mark on it to tell us that it's installed. That's fascinating. Thanks, Pranyan. Let's just get that going. I'll put that in my notes here. Cool. I mean, I guess that's the thing about natively compiled code is like any of the dependencies that clap would have been dependent on just get compiled into the binary that gets distributed. So you don't have to install all of clap's dependencies. You only have to install the clap binary, right? A git like CLI. Cool. I guess, do they have a getting started, or do I want to just look through a tutorial? It's compiling, not executing binaries. Okay. I guess that would mean it would have to install, it would have to download all of its dependencies too in order to compile it. That makes sense though, right? They wouldn't want to distribute binaries for every possible architecture. They just send you the source and then compile it. Try to the root of docs.rs. Okay. What is the derive feature, though? Do I want the derive feature? Regardless, at this point, we figured out how to create our own little package here. At this point, I think I'm going to dive into the clap documentation, and then if I can't figure out some Rust syntax that they're telling me to do, we'll jump back over to the Rust documentation. Do we have tests already? Ah. So it installed dependencies the first time I ran the tests, and then we're good to go. But I don't think I have any tests even in here, do I? Let's see. We've got our main, prints hello world, and then this is where it puts all the build stuff. So I used cargo to generate this, and so I'm guessing it gave me the source directory, but I don't have any tests yet. Oh, they're written in the same file as the source. Fascinating. So you just write them right in there. Honestly, let's take a step back and let me get a hello world test going, because I want to make sure I know how to write tests, and then we'll jump into clap to work with it. So let's get a little hello world test going. This test writes to a file. So they're creating a test module. I'm guessing that's just because everything in here is tests. Do I want a separate module? Tests will run code that tests our code. So what I would want to do is instead of print line hello world, maybe I have a function that's like greet, and it returns hello world. Semicolon. And then when we print line here, we want to call greet like this. And so I would write a test to make sure that greet returns hello world. Oh, and then I have to define my return type. So I needed to say that this is a string. But what's the string type? I have no idea. I'm gonna look at learn x and y minutes to see how they do strings. So they do it like this: :string. String literals and string. Try asking Cargo what to put in the return type. How do I ask Cargo something? Chat is very helpful. We have all the Rust people in the chat right now. I guess that's the other thing is most people don't have a chat filled with a bunch of helpers when they're learning something. Oh, semicolon removes the implicit return. Okay. That's good to know. String found. Expected string. Okay, so I can just do a string? All right, and then what's this complaint about? It's conflicting. All right, this tells me I need to take a step back. I need to learn how do I return a string from a function in Rust before I can even learn how to test and before I can even learn how to do. I got a little ahead of myself. Let's go. Yeah, I can't quite parse the error. So this error is saying expected string found nothing. So implicit returns. I guess I just can't have a literal right here. Do cargo run and that's a good call. Yeah, so if we do this, it's going to try to compile and run the code, and maybe this has better errors. You might be missing a string little to format it with. Ah, okay, so it doesn't just want the type. This is really helpful. Let's see if this fixes this error right here. Cool. And then missing lifetime specifier. Let's try running it again. This function's return type contains a borrowed value, but there is no value for it to be borrowed from. Consider using the static lifetime. I know nothing about, I don't even know what borrowing means, but this compiler is really helpful. Like I don't need anything. Look at that! Wow, wow. So there's another way. These are really good error messages. I think let's just go ahead and start taking some notes of like things I like. We have learned that cargo run compiler errors are really helpful. Like it was able to figure out exactly what I was trying to do. Now I do see some chats that are like, hey, well, this you probably don't like. This works, but there's other ways to do it. Like from Rumor who's saying string from, and then and would that allow me to get rid of the static keyword if I did string from this? And then can I tell this to return a string? Oh, this looks nicer. I like this better. Hey, it works. This is a little less ugly to me. It's a little more straightforward. But you might be, if you see this for the first time, you're like, well, why do I have to do this? Why can't I just return the literal? We have to learn about borrowing and like the lifetime of variables and stuff like that. Hello world into. Maybe I like that better. Oh, what does into do? Conversion, whatever the implementation of from. Cool. Yeah, this is fine. I need to learn the difference. Actually, let's take some notes here of like, what do we, okay, so here's some new stuff to us. Like, can I even define what this is? I think this is a string pointer. But how is this different from string? Like, I guess if I had to guess, in the JavaScript world, like capital S string is the like object wrapper of the type, and then maybe str is like the more primitive type. So that's a thing. And then the other thing we learned about is like borrowing. What does it mean? Yeah. It's called a string slice. So str is a string slice, and then it gets wrapped. I don't like when it feels like we're doing the job the compiler should be able to figure out. Yeah, I guess that's actually an interesting point to make. If the compiler could already tell us, hey, I think you mean this, it could just do that instead. But I think that's where you run into issues. If the compiler starts to make assumptions, then it's harder for the compiler to optimize, and it's harder for it to do what you wanted it to do. So you just have to be more explicit. I think that's really the nature of working in a lower level language, is you just have to be explicit. Into or to owned or to string. Cool. It'll be good to learn about all the stuff that chat is telling me. Wow. To underscore string. My JavaScript brain, I think, likes to string better. Although it's like it's already a string, why do I have to call that function? But we'll learn about that. And then what was the other one? To owned. And if I had to guess, like if we're talking about like borrowing and stuff like that, to owned makes it so that like, all right, we're creating this variable, we're claiming ownership of it, it should exist, and I can pass it somewhere else because I declare that I created this variable and it should exist. I guess I don't know. The error before that I needed a lifetime static is because the string would be deallocated at the end of the greet function. Yeah, so this is where we get into like learning about memory management. And I guess if we made it static, then that means that that string just exists once during the entire runtime of the code, versus now we've turned it into every time this function runs, we're returning a brand new string. Is that accurate to say? Oh, thank you, Ronnie. I appreciate you. Yeah. It often can fix our code. I wonder if there's like a built-in little command we can run in VS Code. Yeah. The borrow checker. Yeah, it is a breath of fresh air to get some nice errors. I'm just kind of actively avoiding ChatGPT for whatever reason, but yeah. String can be dynamically updated and string cannot grow. I see. Chris Griffin, what's up? Who says, I have this literal value in the stack. Please put this on the heap to hold it onto it for me. Yeah. Okay. They do the same thing, but owned is working with more types. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to go look at the docs. Cargo fix fixes the code. Let's say I write something wrong. Oh, does it format the code, not fix the code? Oh, it has uncommitted changes. Allow dirty? It's not quite doing what I think it's doing. Okay. A quick explanation of the heap and the stack. It's different places that memory could exist when your program is running. If I remember right, the heap is where things get allocated when you like declare them inside of a function. And then the stack would be where they get allocated if they live beyond the execution of a function. Yeah. Okay, these are things we need to look into. We got it working with help from the Twitch chat. I would go to the docs of each one of these and start to learn. All right, I guess I don't even know that concept either, but that's okay. What I want to do now is I want to write a test for this. I think we've gotten it working to a point where like my brain mostly understands it. I want to test this. Other way around. Okay. When you define a variable that during the execution of a function, it gets put onto the stack. But when the function is done executing, it gets removed. But anything allocated on the heap will be accessible by other functions. Is that the accurate way of saying it? All right, show me how to write test. We want a unit test. All right, so this says we create in the same file this thing, importing name from the outer scope. We want to call test greet, and we want to assert that greet is hello world. I might have to do the .toString thingy on it. Yeah, apparently you do them in the same file. Assert equal. Why is there an exclamation mark? Maybe we... Okay, yeah, so it starts to complain when I got rid of that. What is the error? And do I need both? It's a macro. Okay. Gotta learn about macros. Let's see if this works. My initial guess is like, maybe this won't work because I didn't do the .toString on it right there. But because I'm not returning it, maybe I don't need the toString. Like, because I'm just using it inside the function, I don't need toString and it'll just work. Test failed. Oh, I just forgot the exclamation mark. That's good because we want a failing test first. Hey! I can write basic hello worlds. I can test those hello worlds. I'm a Rust developer, right? At this point. Okay, how much time do we have till the next break? Okay, 11 minutes. In 11 minutes, what should we do? Because hi Rockwell, thank you. Our goal is to create a CLI tool. We could start to learn about clap, and like just get a basic command line parser working. Or we could take a step back and learn about all this borrow stuff. So we could learn about borrow. We could learn about the difference between ampersand, str, and string. Like, what should we do? Just throw in the chat what you think I should do. Should I just start working with clap, or take a step back and learn more about how Rust works? Yeah. We would figure out how to use packages next. So right now we've already installed this dependency. Next we would figure out, all right, how do we import it? How do we use it? Assign a variable multiple times to test the borrowing. Okay. Derive macros and clap. I do not do reverse engineering, no. Okay, we got a couple of votes for learn more about how Rust works. We're gonna do a 1 minute poll. It's too close. It's too close. But we're gonna jump right into it afterwards because we have 10 minutes to do that thing. Learn more about Rust. Jump into CLI with clap. You have 1 minute to vote. What should we do next? Actually, I forgot. We should do a straw poll so that YouTube can vote too. Okay, vote here. We're gonna let the poll run for 1 minute, and then we'll jump in. I think you have to be logged in to vote on Twitch. The thing is, we're only going to spend 10 minutes learning, but if I had to think about what are the things I need to learn about, this derive thing is pretty huge, I think, because clap had an option to install with it, so I need to learn what that means. I need to learn about borrowing, and there's some other mentions. Oh, and then macros. Macros would be good to learn about too. Like, basically, I need to be able to explain the simple code that I've written so far. I think that's a goal here is, can I reasonably explain all of the code that I've written? And if I can, then we'll move on to clap. Yeah. And then we also have like mutable variables. Yeah. This is day 1, yeah. All right, time's up. Yeah, I mean, it wasn't that close. People want me to learn more about Rust. It's fine. We're gonna spend 9 minutes learning more about Rust, or 8 minutes learning more about Rust, and then we're gonna jump into writing a CLI tool. I think the first thing I should probably learn about is borrowing. That's the first thing that came up. Let me show you what I was trying to do. I was trying to just return this, and then this complains. And we couldn't figure out why, but ultimately, because I'm returning a value from this function to be used out here, the Rust compiler needs to know, what do we do? And in this case, toString, I think, creates a copy, like a version of it that can be used outside this function. And apparently there's a macro here too. Maybe we'll learn about maybe we should learn about macros for I don't know. But let's look at borrowing and figure out what that means and make sure I can have a better description and understanding of that. Okay. What would be the best place to get this? Would it just be the Rust book? Probably the Rust book, right? And then borrowing. Understanding ownership. Ownership in Rust is Rust's most unique feature and has deep implications for the rest of the language. It enables Rust to make memory-safe guarantees without needing a garbage collector. So it's important to understand how ownership works. In this chapter, we'll talk about ownership as well as several related features, borrowing, slices, and how Rust lays data out in memory. Ownership is a set of rules that govern how a Rust program manages memory. All programs have to manage the way they use a computer's memory while running. Do I have to read all of this? I probably should read all of this. Let's just get into it. Let's look at the ownership rules. Keep this in mind as we work through the examples. Each value in Rust has an owner. So every value you create, someone owns it. There can only be one owner at a time. Only one person can be in control of a thing at a time. And when the owner goes out of scope, the value is dropped. This is essentially how we get automated memory management via ownership. That sounds nice. That sounds easy enough. So let's put this under like key concepts. Ownership. If I had to put that into my own words, this is like language level garbage collection. People will probably hate that definition of it if you're actually in the Rust world, or like it's like kind of like smart pointers. But the definition here, every value has a single owner. Well, every value has an owner. There can be only one owner. And then when the owner is no longer in scope, that value gets dropped. I like this though. So if we had to apply it to the code that I wrote, somehow before, if I just have a literal, like it doesn't, no one owns that variable. And by doing this, we're saying that whoever gets the return value now owns that variable. And what I mean by language level garbage collection is like there's no runtime, but the compiler can keep track of where a value is used and free it up automatically. It's like a compiler level garbage collection. Yeah. When is that useful? Anytime we define a variable or anytime we define a value. So you have to remember we're in a low level language. So every single variable we declare has to be allocated in memory somewhere. And we need to tell the compiler when those values are no longer needed or no longer useful. In JavaScript, we don't have to do that because we have garbage collection. Let's say you define an array in a function, and then that function returns because nothing references that array anymore. When the garbage collector runs, it's like, oh, well, I can just free up that memory. We have to be explicit in Rust. That's the main thing. Look at the scope of variables. Here's the other thing to look at. So if I would have defined this like this. Why doesn't that work? Oh, does it have automatic typings? So I can just do this? Double click to insert. It does have type inference. And this is just the editor saying, oh, well, we're inferring the type right now, but if we don't want to infer the type, you can add it in to make it explicit. I guess so before the variable is declared, it's not valid, and then it is valid beyond here. Okay. You can create a string from a literal using okay, this tells us to use string from. That's what other people in the chat were doing too. Or we could do the toString thing. I guess I'd be curious what's the preferred Rust way of doing it. ToString or string from. The book is telling us string from. But I kind of like toString better. Yeah, I like that one better. Okay. What else about borrowing? The important thing is that it's valid until the end of scope. Yeah, and that it works the same way in JavaScript for the most part. Like if you declare a variable inside a function, you can only use that variable inside that function. When that function's done executing, it's going to get collected up. But in this case, there's no garbage collector, so in this case, it's just going to be freed up. Yeah. Yeah. ToOwned is fastest, but they could have changed that. That's a string slice, not an actual string. It's referencing to the actual bytes in your code. ToString? Is the string slice? Is that what you're saying? We only have 30 seconds. We're going to keep learning after the ad break. Spoiler. Let's look at the string version. If you pass the greeting to another function before the return, you cannot use it afterwards. Yeah, I guess the other thing is, do I want an implicit return, or would it make sense to put a explicit return here? Well, I don't know. I don't know what the preferences of Rust developers. Tomato, potato. Implicit return is enforced by the linter. I think the other thing is like before, I didn't even define the variable. I just like declared it and referred it, declared it and converted it all in one go. Okay, but we're getting an ad. When we come back from the ad, we'll spend another 10 minutes finishing up borrowing. I think the one key thing I need to learn about in borrowing is like, so we've gotten this down, but now what happens when that value is returned? That's what we'll figure out after the ad break. Cool. But shouts out to all of my patrons, Twitch supporters, GitHub sponsors. I appreciate you all. And here's all of your names. YouTube members aren't on this list because the YouTube API is horrible, and I have no way of getting that list without using an undocumented API. But I'm working on it. Pretty soon, YouTube members will be listed on here too. Yeah, Patreon, we have tier 4 because it's just like a slightly more expensive one than... Oh, actually, no. Actually, I have a really cheap one on Patreon. It's like the only platform that lets me do like a $1 tier. I guess technically I have a $1 tier on YouTube too. But yeah, thank you to all my supporters. If you would like to support me, all of that info is over on my website, coding.garden/support. There's a lot of ways to do it. I also have a breakdown of where I get the most cut from. If that is something that's important to you, but yeah. I understand. This jives better with what you were trying to say. I'll bring this up when we come back. So basically, you can't have closures. I think you can, but you have to be explicit about it. You have to explicitly say this value should be available to the next function that's executing. Yeah. All right, we got about a minute left. I'll be right back. Thank you, Connery. Thanks for the gift. I appreciate that. And see you later, Veeb. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good one. Rust is hard, and then when you learn about it, it's harder. And thank you, Eddie. Thank you for the bits. Too kind. And Naping Dev, thank you for the tier 1. I think I missed some supports, but ads are over. Welcome back, everyone. Yeah, Connery, thanks for the resub. Napping Dev subbed. Finder the Icewing, thank you for the prime. And Connery, thanks for the gift and the sub. And Eddie, thank you for the bits. I appreciate you all. If you're just joining us, we're learning Rust today. We're trying Rust. Right now, I have a basic hello world working, but there's a lot of things I don't understand about it. One of the concepts we were learning about is this idea of borrowing, which is basically the way I understand it is compiler level garbage collection, where basically as long as you do the things that the compiler expects, it's going to be able to clear up the values when they're no longer in use. And the idea is that any value you declare can only be owned by one thing in the code at a time. And then when the owner goes out of scope, all of its values go out of scope too. So this is basically how it can do automatic memory management without a runtime and without a garbage collector. So yeah. The one thing that I haven't been able to explain yet is why we need this toString thing here. Because basically we have this function, we define a string, and I can't just return... Actually, I think this kind of helped. If I declare the string like this, it's inferred as &str. And what 7ijmi in the chat mentioned was the type is &str, which means it's a reference to the actual characters in your code. So it's a reference to that line there. And then to make it so that it can be borrowed, we have to put it into memory. So I think that's why we need the toString, which puts it actually into memory, and then we can return it because now it's in memory. Yeah, and so this is the other concept here that will potentially take some more learning, is we have the stack and then the heap. As Rab is mentioning, before we do toString, it's only on the stack, meaning it's only accessible in here. I think that's another good note here is string literal is only accessible in the current scope or function. How do you spell accessible? Like that? Yeah. We use toString to put it on the... Oh, I keep confusing the stack and the heap. To put it on the heap. So it can be used... It can be borrowed by other functions. Or, yeah, other functions or methods. Yeah, I think any lower level language makes you learn how computers work is the thing. String is an owned value. Okay, this is another, I think, thing here. String owned. So are we gonna have different data types for like the owned version of a thing versus just like a literal version of the thing? And then what we're saying here is str is borrowed. So by converting this into an owned value, it can now be passed around. I think some things are still a little bit fuzzy in my head, but I think I have a good enough understanding to kind of like move on. If you see the ampersand, it's a borrowed value, and we need to own it in order to pass it around. But if we don't need to pass it around, if we're just using it in the current scope, then a borrowed value is fine. I guess I'd be interested to see we do this. It still is a string. Okay. Oh, we have a hype train. Oh no, it had happened. Thank you all. Thanks for the hype train. All right, we have a basic understanding of borrowing. I think I'm going to keep moving on. It'll probably get more clear as we do more things. The other thing we're going to look at is macros. So we have a couple here. So this print line exclamation mark is a macro, and the test here, assert equals, is a macro. I know of macros in like C and C++ where you can define something that the compiler is going to, everywhere that thing is referenced, it's going to replace it with something else during compilation. And so maybe that's what a macro is here, but we'll find out. Let's go look at macros. Rust provides a macro system that allows metaprogramming. As you've seen in previous chapters, macros look like functions, except their name ends with a bang or an exclamation mark. But instead of generating a function call, macros are expanded into source code that gets compiled with the rest of the program. However, unlike macros in C and other languages, Rust macros are expanded into abstract syntax trees rather than string preprocessing, so you don't get unexpected precedence bugs. This is tricky to understand, but yeah, as far as I understood macros in C, they literally are like find replace. Like in C, you can do something like define false as false. So like everywhere false occurs, when the code compiles, it's just like a string replace before the compilation step that replaces everything with the actual like false keyword or something like that. But what this is saying is it's not just a string replace. It replaces it with a syntax tree so that it's more correct. It's more correct, and you won't run into weird replacing issues. So you can define macros. It's a simple macro named say hello. Takes no arguments. And then this gets expanded into this, but I guess I would be curious, what does this get expanded into? I guess it gets expanded, I mean, how can I see like the actual definition of print line? Cargo expand? Really? Actually, let me make sure. Okay. And then then this uses print exclamation mark. Oh, cargo expand is another package. I see. I won't install it for now, but fascinating. So yeah, cool. At least we know what's happening there. Like this is basically getting replaced with other code that we didn't write, but it's getting replaced in a compiler checked way which is better than the macros of other low-level languages. Cool. Good to know. And then the last thing we'll learn about is derive, and then we'll try to start writing some code. But let's go learn about derive. Actually, I'll write my notes on macros here. Compiler checked code reuse. I guess, yeah, that's my my definition of it. Derive is not here on Rust by example. Would it be in the Rust lang? Let's see where I can find. Derive is a macro. Okay, we found it in Rust by example. I didn't find it on the main page, though. The compiler is capable of providing basic implementations for some traits via the #derive attribute. These traits can still be manually implemented if more complex behavior is required. The following is a list of derivable traits: comparison, clone, copy, hash, default, and debug. So I think I can infer our tests are actually using derived. This is using a derived value here in order to define our tests. And specifically the package that we were going to be using called clap has a version that comes with derive. And I think that's just going to, now that I've learned what this is, it makes it easier so that we can use these things to define our stuffs with less code, basically. So I'm probably going to want the derived version so that way we can use these derived macros. No, they use attributes. What's the difference? Hey, Speed Strat. Happy Friday. Brackets are proc macros. Derive is a specific proc macro. Test is an attribute, but it looks the same. I guess it's not. The way I see this is like, I guess CFG isn't derived. CFG is, I guess, custom in this case. CFG is a macro. So we're using macros in combination with attributes. Is that so this is a macro combined with an attribute. I could see how this would be useful though, like because we have to do a lot of manual work, by creating our own macros, creating our own derives, we can make our code look much simpler. Like for example, the print line, right? So this is simple enough, right? But if you look how we would have to do it if we didn't have the macro, it'd be a lot more code. So yeah. All right. This is an attribute, is what you're saying, and then this is a macro? The derive attribute allows new items to be automatically generated for data structures. For example, the following will create an impl item. The generated impl is equal to. So you define a struct this way, you put this little derive buddy on it, and then it's like a macro in that your code is actually going to get expanded to this. So you didn't have to write all of this manually. You just use this and you get this stuff for free. Not for free, but I mean, you get that extra stuff. Yeah. That makes sense, Andrew. Thanks for mentioning that. I think that's a good, at least if we know what this thing is doing, I think I can move on from here. But what Andrew is mentioning is macro. Actually, can I put the comment on the end? that checks if we are in test. If not, remove test code. And you would want this because in our generated or our compiled binary, we don't want test code in there. We want just the code that's necessary. And then I'm guessing this tells it which of these are my tests. Because if I had another function in here, this is my guess anyways, it's not going to run that as a test because it doesn't have the test attribute on it. And then it's just saying that is never used. That is my current understanding. I think I know enough to move on. And I guess that's another interesting way to look at these things, Aaron Schwann, which is it imitates inheritance without the caveats of OOP. So, yeah, it's I guess it's like inheritance. Caveats? What are the caveats of OOP? Isn't OOP amazing and everyone should use it? All right. I'm gonna keep moving now. I'm gonna keep moving. We have our hello world here. Honestly though, I'm gonna pull this into not here. I'm gonna push this back into my hello world codes. Actually, we're gonna put that there, and then we're gonna start from scratch over here. Typical statement of an OOP user, yeah. Now I do a lot of functional programming with JavaScript. Okay. Let's look into clap now. So, I think we have so much more to learn, but our end goal is we want to create a command line tool that works like this. So I wrote this with Node, but basically you run the command, you specify the directory, it will then clone my starter template repo into that directory and then do an npm install to install dependencies. If you do -t, it clones the TypeScript starter repo instead of the other starter repo. So it's a very basic command. Basically, we're going to need to write Rust code that reads in the info that the user passed as command line flags. It'll then need to do a git clone. It'll need to do system commands to cd into that folder and npm install. And that's about it. That's it's not too complex what we're about to do, but we're going to figure out how to do that with clap, which is a dependency or a module, a crate that automatically does like command line parsing for us. So here we go. I had already installed clap, but we're adding the derive feature on it. So define on my CLI in main.rs. Let's just take their example codes and see what we get. And then for now, we won't have any tests. So to run it, I guess we would do cargo run. And then that says we're missing the name. When I do cargo run, name, my name. Do I have to do this? Yeah, okay, so cargo run like compiles it and runs it all in one go, and then we're able to pass our command line flags in like that. If we examine the code, they are defining a struct called args that are the different command line arguments that are going to get passed in. So in this case, the they have name and then count. So if they have count, then that means we can also pass in count as like 42, and then it'll say hello 42 times. Cool. So this is where we're going to define our command line arguments. And so the arguments that I want are first of all, directory name, and that's going to be a string. And yeah, so it doesn't exist anymore. At this point, we're just going to print out, we'll create directory, and then args.directory should be it. That. Okay. So if I do this, it should yell at me that says you didn't specify a directory. Awesome. I'm curious though, does it say what the oh awesome, it also automatically does the short version too, because I like you can see in my docs I allow them to just do -d. That's awesome. It does that by default. Cool. So if I pass in -d test, we'll create directory test. Look at me. I'm doing it. Okay, so we want directory, and then we also want TypeScript. So what happens if two commands start with a D? I have no idea. But I don't have that issue because I only have two arguments. So the other thing I want is, you'll notice for -t, there's no argument passed onto it. So I need to figure out, how do we specify a command line argument that has no value on it? Because it basically, if it is present, it means something. Maybe it's a Boolean? Feature flag reference. I see. So what they're saying is, in the macro right here, you can specify what the short version would be. Yeah, and so it's automatically giving it. Yeah, so that's what Banan is mentioning. It's giving us that short thing because we have the macro right there. Oh, I like that, Andrew. Let's see. If we do cargo run quiet, then it's just our program. Cool. Is there any way for me to make this like a reusable command? So like in the node.js world, we can put it in our scripts, and then I could just do npm start and it'll run that. Is there any way for me to add this to my toml as like a run configuration? Cargo watch? I guess that would just keep running it over and over again. I want to be able to say like cargo, not even test, cargo example run or something. It's fine. It's fine if not. I can just press up and run that command. Okay. What I need to figure out, what are my other options for args? Command attributes. Just use make or just or ninja. Yeah, so I know in the C and C++ world, they use a make file, which can define common tasks. Okay, it's fine if not. I'm fine running the command that I have. I will say these docs specifically for clap, they're very hard to parse. Like it's hard for me to see like what I want to see is examples of all the possible args, because right now I'm looking up, I'm trying to figure out how can I do like a Boolean argument that's either there or not there. I mean, maybe we just look up bool. Or maybe I just tried defining it as a bool. Yeah, like this. But we don't want it to be kill all humans. We want it to be TypeScript. And we want it to have a short and a long. And then we'll say with TypeScript. And then we'll do args.TypeScript. See what we get. Yeah, and it doesn't complain. That's what we want. Easy enough. So if we don't pass in -t, it just says TypeScript is false. But if we add -t to there, TypeScript is true. We're almost done. This is our entire thing. At this point, we want to clone a Git repo though. So let's search for a crate that allows for Git cloning. Yeah, and I guess I don't even need necessarily a separate package. It honestly might be more interesting for me to figure out how do I run system commands, because that's potentially useful outside of just cloning a Git repo, because I'm also going to need that because I want to be able to run npm install and then like git clone. So I think it would be better to figure out how can I run a system level command with Rust, maybe even without a package. I'm going to try to find some examples. If it looks easy enough, I'm just going to do it. If not, we'll look for a package like git2 or like bossy or something like that. Well, this tool assumes you already have Git on the system. Rust run system command. How do I invoke a system command? Yeah, command is what we need. Look, I found it. I found it, lame. Command can be used to spawn multiple processes. Yeah, this seems fine. I don't have to install anything for it. This is just built in. So in the node.js world, we have exec and like child process. Maybe I want that though, because it'll potentially be asynchronous, where I fire off the command and then I want to know when the command is completed. Yeah, but that might be literally all we need. Let's try it. So, let's do this. We're gonna have a repo URL. I have inferred that we use underscores when defining variables, because I see those in other places. So, and I'm gonna have a repo URL that has a default here. And it's gonna be this repo URL, express API starter without TypeScript. It's gonna be this. And if args.typescript is true, we're gonna override that to be the one with TypeScript. All right, and we run into a compiler because do I need to make it a string so we can reassign it like this? I have to make it mutable. Yeah, so this is another concept in Rust we need to learn about, is mutability. So I've defined a string. It's kind of like it has the default here, which is the base repo that doesn't have TypeScript. But then if they wanted TypeScript, we're going to override it to be this. So let's look up mute or mutable. figure out how to do that. I guess I'd be curious, what do they tell us? What does the compiler tell us? Try using a conversion method to string. Oh, we have to do it in both places. Huh. So they don't tell me anything about mutability. We'll have to learn that on our own. You can use if as an expression. So when assigning repo URL, you can do if after the equal and do implicit returns in the body. Whoa. Okay. Let me see if I understand what you're saying here. So what I need to wrap it in brackets. So I have an expression here. I guess I put it at the top level like this. Is there a Rust format? I know I can do the format from the command line. Cool. This is amazing. Thank you, Enshwan. You're the one that suggested that, right? Use an if expression. Wow. So cargo format ran. Oh, and then I don't need the parentheses. And then repo URL is unused because we'll need to use it. Cool. Let's try to clone it now. Let's clone that repo. I think I do need to add to my list of things to learn though, in terms of like mutable, because that's another like mutability to do. Learn this. Yeah, and then at this point, do I not need toString? Because I should be able to just use it. And then I get rid of the semicolons too. Yeah, better. So you saw that before it couldn't infer the return type. It's because I had the semicolons, which got rid of the implicit return. And then now I don't have toString, so it's just an str. Let's see if I can use that with the command runner here. Because at this point, I want to create a git command, and we want to clone. So it's going to be git clone. Here we'll pass in the repo URL. That starts to complain. So yeah, I see. It inferred it, but it inferred it as no return. I see. That's what the empty parentheses meant. Okay. I want to figure out how are we cloning this with here, because I think when we do a git clone, we can do a lesser depth, like depth 1, so it doesn't clone all the history too. Oh, I see. I was just using dgit here, not git directly. Is there a dgit package? I wanted to do it without a package though. Let me look up the depth argument. Yeah, I think I just want -- depth 1. Yeah, that's what I want. Thank you. Do I need the branch argument? Let me just test this out really quick. Git clone. depth 1 that. Yeah. That's what we want. That should be good enough. It'll just pull the default branch, which is fine. Now, let's see if we can figure out why this is complaining. I think it has to do with repo URL. It does not like repo URL, I think. Mismatch types. Expected, found, output. Oh. Because it's like you're returning this from main when you shouldn't be returning anything. And then I need to tell it that main. Oh no. Done. Is this it? Is this just gonna work? Oh, I forgot. We need to put the directory name. So it'll be repo URL and then directory name. So args.directory, like that. That didn't work. Or did it output it in the target directory? Because that's where the code is running from? No. How do we wait for this to be done? Oh, I see. I guess I missed that as well. It's like, if I don't want any return type, I could just do that. See the compiler output without quiet. Not complaining. Output returns the output. Executes the command as a child process, waiting for it to finish and collecting all of its output. I see. If I did spawn, then I could wait. I could listen for output and then like do it one at a time. Oh, I think I can't pass. I shouldn't pass in spaces. I should do this. Like that. Clone space, depth space 1 space, repo URL space directory. There we go. Yes, it did it. It created the test directory. Yeah, okay. Depth removes the git history. Because we're cloning a starter template, like I have a bunch of commit history on here that, 31 commits. And when you're using this as a template, you don't want that commit history. Cool. This worked. It's kind of amazing. I think we could say the output here, and then this should be. Can we print this afterwards? I'm curious what the output type is, but let's see what this does. Oh no, it doesn't like that. It doesn't implement display. So what properties do we have? Oh, here we go. We want standard out, which should be a string. Oh no, it's a vector vector U8. And we need to convert that to a string. I can use args instead of arg to pass an array. I think I'll do that. Okay. Let's see their args documentation. Yeah, this is what we want. This will be better. Good call. It wants it to be an str, but it's a string. How do I make it an str? This is the opposite of the issue we had earlier. As str. There we go. Nice. Yeah, I figured it out. Okay. Or the other way, I might like this better, is if we do this, it legs it. Cool. Yeah, what did the compiler suggest? It didn't suggest anything. Oh, well, no, expected str, found string. I guess you're saying run the compiler to see what it says. Well, it's not even. It complained about this before it complained about that. That's fascinating. Consider borrowing here. Yeah, so the compiler suggestion is just put an ampersand. Cool. All right, let's look at their docs on output because I want to see what. Oh, and then maybe we could do a similar thing. So, oh no, so standard out is a vector U8. I want to convert that to a string so that way I can output it. You may be able to use this. I guess let's try that first to see if it can convert it to the actual output. Nothing. We don't actually see the output. Uses the debug output. Yeah, I guess I haven't yet. Cargo check. Okay. Get outputs to standard error? Really? No way. I need to look at the the output class. What does this have? Oh, no. Oh, without I see. And then they might just have a built-in thing that will. I see what you're saying. Let's see. Standard out, nothing. Fatal. Oh yeah, and then there's an error. Okay. I want that property though. I want the standard out property. Standard io.inherit. That's basically what I needed to figure out is how do I convert this vector U8 to a string. A string. Where did you find that future highway? Can you link me to like some docs or something like that? How do I convert a vector of bytes to string? To convert a slice of bytes, use string slice. From UTF-8? Can I do this? Argument never used. Click for full compiler diagnostic. What? Oh, do I just need to save the file? How old is this stack? This is an answer from 2013. I probably shouldn't be reading it. I'll just look at the docs that Future Highway sent. Oh, okay. This is. Oh, I was What was I? What was I looking at the? Maybe I was. I feel like maybe I was looking at the wrong docs, like the docs for clap instead of command. What is standard out null? Does that? Will that just automatically print it? Is that what this is going to do for us? That would be nice. Let's see. Use of undeclared types. Did IO? I need to import both. Didn't output anything. So maybe I don't want null. Maybe I literally want std standard io dot standard io or something like that. Into self, maybe. Ultimately, I'm trying to just take the standard out of this command and output it to standard out. Defaults to inherit when used with spawn or status, and defaults to piped when used with output. I guess, yeah, like null is no output. Does that require an argument? It does. What did Future Highway say? Inherit? Inherit. Okay, let's try. I think that worked because now we have a standard error. So let's do the same thing with standard error. And then, are we just piping standard error to standard out? This should work. But maybe we want to do the other thing. Yeah, so fatal. Destination path already exists and is not an empty directory. If I use spawn, it'll inherit by default. My only the only thing I worry about with spawn is how can I make sure that the code waits until spawn is finished before it does the next thing. That's what I would have to figure out there. Also, maybe let's pull in standard error too, and then output to that. Child standard error? Just use await. This doesn't have. I mean, I may be just trying stuff that doesn't exist at this point. I guess I'm fine with it going just to standard AO. So because it returns a result, you can match on it. So if we were to do, instead of doing output, instead if we do spawn, what's the return value here? Result child error. And then I think what you're saying is if we match on it, it'll wait for it. Child.spawn.result.child result. Is it a colon? Oh, here we go. There's no wait. Unwrap. It's blocking by default. Let's see. So, oh, I want to keep those just in case we need them again. But what you're saying is, it's blocking by default. Let's see. Yeah, so we did see the output here. So maybe I don't need to do anything. But we do need an expect. Cool. This is fine. Much better. Okay, so now if we remove that example folder, it should work. And we should see the output of git clone. Yeah, so, oh, well, here's the thing. It didn't block. It didn't block. See, now all of this is running. Yeah, it didn't block. And that just spit it out to the standard output. We need to wait for it. So I'll need to look into unwrap and then also like matching on the output. Yeah, so no worries. Well, this is the whole point, is like trial and error, figuring it out. So result is a child now. Dot then dot await. Oh, there we go. That was the issue, is so it was like a tuple with child error, and I didn't know how to access that. But now that I have expect, it's not a tuple anymore. Maybe tuple is the wrong word. But now that I have expect, it's just a child, and child does have a wait property. Wait with output. And then just wait. Oh, an enum. Okay. Cannot mutate immutable variable result. Cannot borrow result, which is mutable. Consider changing this to mute. Thank you, compiler. Now what? Let mute. All right. Now what else? The result may be an error variant which should be handled. Let's see what happens without it. Cool. Check result in, so look for, I guess, child. I have the expect right here, though. Do I need to add another one? The dirty way is just unwrap the result that makes the program panic. Better way is to match on it. Okay. I need to look up matching, because I have no idea what that is. Oh, so you put it in, okay, so now we wait, but we put it into a variable. And this has exit status and error. I think this is the issue. I guess I don't know how to work with an enum or an enum. This is an enum. Um, oh, I see. It's curious that I have to do that twice, though. Thanks, Pranyan. It already failed. Yeah, so if we can't spawn, then yeah, just it ends there. But here's the thing: if it failed, I actually. So I'm the next bit of code here is cd into clone directory and npm install. If it failed, I don't want to do these two things. So I think I need a matcher, so that way if it fails, just output it failed. But if it didn't fail, then run these next commands. So I do need to learn about matching and etc. Let's see. Result. Yeah, so that's what we're getting back. We're getting back this result thing. Expect will panic the program. Oh, so this will actually exit. Let's test it. So yeah, so this should fail because the folder already exists. Yeah, and it, well, no. It still runs the code after it, which I don't want. See, it's still running these two lines of code down here. I mean, is it that I need to get rid of this? No, but then I can't do wait on it. It's not an error on the command itself, but rather the running command. Right. It's technically outputting to standard error. Status code. Okay, so where do I get access to the status code? This has the exit status on it. I need to look at these docs because again, I can't use dot notation. I don't know how to access the thingy. The thingy. Oh, okay, here we go. Here's the matching. Match on it. Well, I gotta learn how to match. How's it doing it again? So you do the thing, and then the curly braces go afterwards. Oh, I have to use the match keyword. Okay. And then this gives us the exit status, and then E is the actual error. But I guess in my case, I only do I have to match on everything, or can I just wait for the exit status? Match on everything. Okay. But I guess if I'm understanding what's happening here, so it if it ran okay, we're gonna get an exit status. That exit status is gonna be in wait result, which should be snake case, or yeah, like this. And then down here we could say if wait result is 0. And I guess I don't need parentheses on wait. Do all this stuff. else finish with error. But I need to handle this. Oh, I have to wrap it in like an exit status or something like that. Oh, we could do the if let syntax. Oh, okay. It's getting tricky. I'm getting a lot of suggestions here. So let me figure out the right thing to do. Or use .expect. We were using .expect, but I feel like it got rid of the exit status, didn't it? And then this, oh, this is an exit status. That's what I want. Wait clone result is what I'll call it. And then, can I create an exit status? Exit status. I need to figure out how to use as the exit status. Okay, this might be what I want to do. That's what somebody was mentioning is like, because I'm assigning and then after doing an if, I could combine the two. Yeah. I think this is what I'm trying to figure out is like, the expect had the error in there. So do we want that instead of matching? Wait result dot success. Okay, let's. Yes. Thank you for that, Andrew. So because exit status has that property, this will tell us if it's a success status code. Expect exits if it's an error. Okay. Yeah. Expect panics on error. It's better to handle or return the error. If you're in a function that also returns a result, you can just use a shorter notation. Okay. The thing is, I'm okay with the panic on error. I literally want to exit my program if the expect hits right here. So that's expected behavior, at least for me. Having 30 people tell you how to code is what ChatGPT is like. Yeah, it's fine though. I do appreciate all the input. I know a lot of people are excited because I've never worked with Rust before, and so yeah, I appreciate you all. Expect is fine. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So because I literally want to, like, the way this thing is running is like it's top down. If we fail at any point, we need to get out of here. But I think this should do it. So now, finished with error. So yeah, now it went here because it knew that it wasn't successful. Yeah. Expect outputs debug info with it. Ooh. Let's see though. We imported exit status. We don't need to do that. Okay. Do we want debug info? Maybe I do want that. Cool. I think I'm in a good spot though. We don't have to do that anymore because it's just running the command. We're cloning the repo. After we clone the repo, we want to cd into that directory and run an npm install. So let's do it all over again. Yeah, okay. So if we were able to clone the repo, Now we're going to cd into it. And then do an npm install. I don't know how this is going to work with a spawn though, because like I would spawn. I guess I could do an ampersand. Can I do like cd and no need to cd? Well, it creates the directory. I want to run npm install in that directory. Can you do that with an npm install though? Oh, I would want to do like os.dir or something like that. So like or os.cd instead of running a command. Because I want, so basically now that this folder example API exists, I want to do an npm install. And I don't think there's a way to say run this command inside that folder unless I'm in the folder. Okay. So yeah, I don't think I want to run it as a command. I think I want to actually I want to actually cd. I want to actually change directories. I like that idea, lame. Where first we cd and wait for it. Well, we do need args though. The args here are just the directory name. I guess in both cases, I want to reuse this string right here because it's kind of like hard coded. Honestly, would this be a case or like for not like enums, but basically I want a data like an error messages data structure that I can reference here. In Torque, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. We are learning Rust today. It's our first day doing Rust. Well, this is Try Day Friday, and yeah, what were you working on? Rust, me and Charlie. Nice. But so this is the coding garden. Typically we do web dev, like JavaScript, TypeScript, that kind of thing. And every Friday, starting last Friday, we're trying something new. Every Friday. And today people voted on it. We're trying Rust. And so I'm building a little CLI tool with Rust. It clones a Git repo, and now we're trying to get it to install the dependencies after cloning a repo. And I think we're on the way. I think we mostly figured it out, but at this point, it's really just a matter of like making the code better. Because like I have a couple of like duplicate strings here, like this, and I was just talking about like I want to put them in a spot where they're like reusable. Npm install prefix. That would be way easier. Then we don't even have to cd. Let's try it. Sweet. That's what we want. Thank you for that, nameless. We'll just do that because then we don't have to cd. We're still going to need to run an npm install. We'll reuse this code for npm install, but yeah. Now the command is npm. The args are use. Oh, you can just do .directory on a command. Current directory? Oh, sets the working directory. This is cool too. This is cool too, because if we set the directory to args.directory, npmx, yeah, npm arg install. I like this better because if we were to do the dash prefix, we would need to create a new string with / on it, and I haven't learned how to do string concatenation yet. I can use command status instead of spawn and wait. Send me a link to their docs and I'll look into that. But basically, what you're saying is this could be rewritten with spawn and wait. But yeah, let's see if this works. Failed to install dependencies. We'll do the same thing if this is a success. Oh, tell me what to search for in their docs. Okay. Moment of truth. Here we go. So this should create clone the repo, do an npm install, and be done with it. So clones it, npm installs it. We're on the way, and then now, it works. The cloned repo, the tests run. The thing starts up. Cool. It is blazing fast. Honestly, it runs really quickly. Not that we're doing anything complicated, but it does run really fast. Okay, at this point, I would just like to clean up the code. It's technically working, but here are some things that I want to clean up. We have strings that are duplicated in multiple places. I want to create some kind of data structure where I can say like error messages dot clone error or error messages dot install error, and then put that in there. And then we'll also clean up the other messages that we output, so it's a bit nicer. Rust is fine. I think we're not doing anything too complicated. We also haven't written any tests. We probably should write some tests for our codes here. But yeah, let's look into what Lame is mentioning, which is essentially instead of spawning, waiting, and then checking the status, they're mentioning that we can just get the status directly back from command. Heck, thank you for the resub. Hello again. Command status executes a command as a child process, waiting for it to finish and collect its status. By default, standard in, standard out, and standard are inherited from the parent. Beautiful. This is exactly what we want to do. Yeah, that's awesome. That'll clean the code up then. So instead of spawn, we just say status. We don't need to do this. This will be clone result. Doesn't have to be mutable anymore. And now we can just check it right here. That got rid of like 2 lines of code. I like that. And then we can do the same thing here. Let install result dot status. And then we can do this. Cool. Thank you for that, Lame. We'll see if it works, but this looks good. So right now, it's echoing the response because we did spawn. And so because we did spawn, it automatically inherited standard out, standard in, and standard error. And now status should do the same thing. So because it inherits, it inherits the standard in and standard out of the parent process. Yeah. Are we using this error for good error handling? We are. So basically, we're running some commands like git clone and npm install, and we want to catch if those things don't work. Yeah. And see you later, Urshwan. I appreciate all your help today. Have a good one. This error is a library? Who? Multiple people mentioned it, but are you saying it's a crate? I need to find, yeah, let's look at it. A convenient derived macro for standard libraries error trait. Yeah, this is what I was asking for more so. Yeah, I don't know if I want another package. I kind of just want to know, yeah, how do I create a map of string to string? And I guess an enum is probably the way to go. Let's see. Enum error messages. Format, please. Okay. Should have error messages is never used. Yeah, this is really what I'm looking for, because then I have my clone error, and then I also want my install error. And we're going to match on ourselves for an install error. And then failed to install dependencies. Dependencies. I spelled this wrong. Rust analyze. Yeah, I'm new to using it with VS Code. I couldn't find a command to run, but I'll look under Rust Analyzer. Spelling? Dependencies. Rust Analyzer format? Maybe I want format document. Oh, I think it's by default. If I do format document, it knows to use the Rust formatter. Cool. All right. Now let's use this. So we have our error messages here, and then down here, this is going to be error messages dot. Where do I need to do this? Clone error. This is really ugly. Is it going to be like this? That's really ugly. Do I really have to do that? Error messages, clone message, dot message? That's what I want. That's a little nicer. Yeah, that's a little nicer. Still not as easy as just like referencing a value on an enum. I guess enums are like, yeah, I guess, do we have string enums in Rust, or is this our way of doing a a string enum in Rust. I ask that same question almost every day. That's ugly. Do I really have to do that? Yeah, I mean, uh, okay. They describe this. So this is what they've. Who recommended this? The Jive. Yeah, thank you, the Jive, for your example. Try using this for idiomatic Rust. It looks like that's what they're doing here. Um, yeah, and then we can call this message like that. Should have a camel case name. Really? It wants enums to have camel cases? Fascinating. I do need it as string. And then will it be easier to reference after that? And then I use into. Oh, they have a oh, it's a crate. But yeah, this is good to know though, because I was like, man, if I wanted to find a string enum every single time, this is going to get really cumbersome and boilerplatey. But they have a crate. They have a crate where you literally just define your enum, and yeah, I guess it would have to know, like by default, it's just going to be the actual property on the enum. It overrides it, which means, does that make our code easier? So now can we just do like that? No, we still have to do as string. And what you're saying is like the idiomatic version is in Rust, when we want things as a string, we literally call it as string. I'd be down to try NeoVim. That's another thing is for a Try Day Friday, if we have on the list, try Vim or try NeoVim or try Emacs, I'd be down to do it. Asstr is the Rust convention. Okay, cool. The idiomatic version is to use a const variable here. I guess that's kind of what I was asking is like, I guess I would just have a bunch of consts, which are the error messages, and then reference those variables where I need them. I can. Since I'm learning Rust, I like this because I'm learning about enums, but I think I'll leave myself a note. Idiomatic Rust uses const strings instead. I'll just leave myself a note. Or here's the one thing we haven't done is define things in a separate file and import them. I think I want to learn how to do that because it would be cool if I had a namespace called error messages that had my const inside of it and then reference it that way. That would make the code simpler right here. I wouldn't have to do as str. Here we go. Let's do something like error messages.rs. And then I want a namespace. I don't know how to do it, but we'll figure it out. And then I want this as my clone error const. Like this. You can define modules in a single file too. Well, I want to for I guess like code cleanliness, I want to put them in a separate one. The file is the namespace. Okay. Each file is a module. Missing type for const or static? No, that's not what it meant. It just wants const. Sure. Or not. Do I have to do the like that? Okay, that makes sense. All right. So we've got error messages. It has 2 error messages inside of it. Now I want to import it. Is it just a file path? Use. It's a module. I need to define it as a module in main. Like that. And then it's like, yo, you can't have a dash, so I should name it with an underscore. No way. And then, do I just access it? Is it a dot? I have to mod it and use it? Public const. Okay, there's a bunch of new stuff to me here. Like, I haven't learned about like the visibility stuff in Rust yet, but that makes it publicly available. This is, I guess, it's kind of like the export keyword in the node.js world. But by making it public, we now have access to it outside the module. And then we use like this. Yeah. Wow. That is some nice code. I like that. Though, now that I think about it, we updated our code, so we're only actually referencing that thing once anyways. But oh well. Hub, I see. And so that makes it, it's only public to my code. No one else can import this code if I do it like this. We need to put this on our to-do list to learn learn about visibility, because that's a whole other thing, right? So it's public here, it's public for everyone. Yeah. Cool. But yeah, I like this a whole lot better. This is much closer to how I want to see my see my codes. There's an amazing chapter in the book. Yeah, I'll have to read the book. I didn't want to make this just me reading the book stream. It's more fun to see me try things. So, I see. So it works just fine. Usually you would have it in an enum for matching and public for other crates. I see. But yeah, this is what we did before. We made like a string enum, but I was like, the amount of code it takes just to get one of those values is a lot more than just like referencing it like that. Okay. I think one of the other things I want to do is in the cloned repo, I want to get rid of the Git folder. So yeah, so because we're using git clone, it is it has the .git folder, but when we clone this down for somebody, I don't want it to have the Git folder. I want it to have like no Git history, nothing associated with Git unless they actually want it. So the other thing I'll do after the npm install is remove the .git folder. Oh, nice, MK Slug. You would have it in an enum if it's a result. Then error type makes sense as an enum which implements error. I see. Hey, see you later, 7 Nijmi. Thanks for the suggestion earlier too. We'll keep the git ignore because if they do initialize it as a git repo, we want them to have some default values in there. Like that. Remove git, or we'll call this the dgit result. Why is this complaining? Because I'm using this variable in 2 places, it doesn't like it. Grab the reference. Grab the reference. There we go. Yeah, so that was our borrow checking issue. Like 2 things wanted to use it at the same time. Okay. We'll only handle if it wasn't a success for de-getting it. Error removing git history. You can try manually removing the git folder yourself. Error installing dependencies. You can try running npm install yourself. Cool. See you later, Vittorio. I can remove the folder directly in Rust. Let's do that, because right now we're using this command thingy. Let's use some Rust built in for removing a directory. Remove directory. This is a... Oh, wait, this is an experimental API? Is there one that's not experimental? Here we go. So we got it. We need to use fs. Thanks for the hydrate. And yeah, so that's what I was wondering. That's our next step. Is so right now it's kind of like swallowing the error. We want to have the same functionality here. Can we put an expect? Yeah, we can put an expect on it. And we'll add another error message. So we can do error messages. Remove git error. And then we'll reuse that here. Well, I should copy it first. Let's put it over here. Pablo is right. You need to remove git though. With this, you're removing just the created folder. Good call. Yeah, I messed that up. This shouldn't be where are we? Yeah, this shouldn't be removing the directory we just created. You're totally right. This needs to remove the .git folder within the directory we just created, which means we probably need like path join. Is there a path join in Rust? Standard path? Cross-platform path manipulation? Um, oh, and I have the wrong word in here. Error removing git history. You can try. Thank you. There you go. Path push. Create a path, push onto it. This is what we want. Okay. This much. This much. This is good too. I mean, learning about the FS module and like the path module, like this is the kind of stuff that I'm doing in Node.js all the time. Like list the files in a directory, create a path, etc. So create an empty path. Call this the git path. And then we're going to push the args.directory into it. We're gonna borrow it. Are we gonna borrow it? Did I say that right? And then we also want the git folder inside of there. Why not have args in the from? Oh, good call. Yeah, so start here and then just push .git into it. All right, now why is this complaining? Not a value. Oh, they could give us a better error on that. Path does not exist, right? That's. I was like, what? What? Git path. Okay. And then now we want to pass that path in here as operating system string. I'm guessing is what we want. And then what is result? There was something else called path? Huh. What do I do with result? What can we... Result is nothing? It doesn't return anything. I see. So it's just gonna do it, but if it errors out, it'll will it exit the program? That's the main issue. Is I don't necessarily want it to exit the program because I still want to try to do an npm install. So maybe we do it after the npm install. You can pattern match over the result. All this for 2 commands. Listen. The goal was to learn Rust, not to write it with the least amount of code. But the thing is, you have to know the repo name. That's the main thing. Is this makes it so you don't have to know the repo name. You just have to know create express API. Expect will panic out. Okay, we don't want that. We don't want expect to panic out. I want to go back to the docs of remove dir because their example has this. Oh, but that's the return of main. I still pattern matching is still not doesn't come second nature for me. I still have to like see an example of it. Use match instead of expect. Is there a match? No. You're saying use the pattern matching syntax, right? I can just pass the whole thing. Wait, that's that. Cool. Thank you for that, Lamacron. And so let error, and then we not that error thing. I have to figure out the syntax. Oh, and I need match here. And then will I get some help? Okay, first of all, put it in here. Whoa, Mewtwo, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, raiders. I am learning Rust today, and I'm having a time. It's all right. We have basic functionality for the thing that I wanted to do, but now I'm just trying to make it better, and I'm trying to make it idiomatic Rust. We have a bunch of Rust people that are helping us out too. But yeah, welcome in, Mewtwo. Thank you so much for the raid. How you doing? What were you working on? You got a job? That's great. Congrats. Yeah, welcome in, raiders. This is the coding garden. Typically I do web dev stuff, so typically I'm doing front end, back end dev. Yeah, see you later, Mewtwo. Thanks for the raid. But every Friday, starting last Friday, we've been trying something new. So today I'm attempting to learn Rust, and basically I'm just re-implementing a CLI tool that I wrote to create an Express API. She lied. Oh, she didn't get a job. She lied. But this is a CLI tool I wrote a long time ago that basically just clones a repo, automatically does an npm install, and it kind of just gets the cloned repo ready to go. So there's like one of two repos that it will clone. There's the TypeScript one, and then the one that isn't TypeScript. And then it has a couple of command line flags. So this is what we've recreated with Rust. And we've learned a lot. We've learned about, first of all, we learned about modules. And we learned about, what are those called? Macros. Like this. This is a macro. We learned about this, like, this is almost like a ternary, but like better because it's an if syntax that can assign to a variable. We learned about borrowing. And right now we are figuring out how to remove a directory using the built-in modules. So we had the path module that created the path for us, and then we're trying to remove this directory. I think I missed a message from someone who was asking, like, why are we removing the .git directory? The idea is this tool clones from a repo, but the person that cloned the repo may not want, probably doesn't want the Git history of that repo. I want them to start completely fresh, and if they want Git history, they can initialize it as a Git repo. But I think this is what people are saying is, like, put it in result and then match on the result to do something with the error. I don't need to do result equals. Yeah, I need to find an example. It's, like I said, it's not, yeah, I don't know. This is what I want, right? Something like this. Yeah, okay. There it is. But at the same time, I think I can just do it in line. I don't even need to put it in a variable. Do it like that. And do that. Yes, okay. And if it was okay, I just want a no-op. Can I do that? Yes, I can. But if it wasn't okay, we're going to just print the error. Error messages. Remove get error. Which is the idiomatic Rust? Do I want empty parens or empty curly braces? Nothing. Parens? Empty parens? Let's go empty parens. Oh, and then we have to do this like that. Look at me! I'm learning! I'm learning! And then in here we put an underscore to say that we're not going to use the value. Oh, I see. Just empty underscore. And then same thing here, we're not even using the error. So both of these should be underscores because that indicates that we're not going to use those values. The errors should go in here. I'm kind of just giving them like a human readable error. Should I try Clippy? I think I just want to finish what I have and call it from there. Okay, to clean this up, if I do let error, it will just give me the returned error and throw away. That's interesting to see, because yeah, in this case, I don't want to do anything if it wasn't an error. So the cleaner way is to say error, and then will this work? If let err. If let can take a single pattern. We're almost there. I see. We got to do this syntax right here. So Huh? And then if this is it, I like this better than this because this was I was just doing a no op for okay here. There we go. We got there. We got there, everybody. All right. Here's the thing, though. I have no way of testing this. Actually, I could test it like this. I could test it with a directory that's not going to exist, and then it should output, "Hey, we weren't able to remove that directory." Okay, let's test our command. If we want just the error message, you can do if let. I don't know if I'm missing something there, but let's just try running it. This should fail because the directory already exists. So fatal directory already exists and is not an empty directory. I don't need to output anything if it failed. Great. Let's remove it. Try running it again. So it'll clone it into the folder. It errored out. So error removing git history. You can try manually removing the .git folder yourself. So because we gave it a directory that didn't exist, that works. But we should be able to do it with that. And so this should be the full run here. Return status code. I see what you're saying. Return a failure status code. Yeah, I guess that's one thing is how do we set the status code of the run if it's not a success status code? Because otherwise it's going to be success. Yeah. Okay, so if I change the return type of main, that will let me return a number. But does that set the status code? Neo Angelism is mentioning just use process.exit. There isn't a need for that. In this case, I mean, I do want to indicate that it was so like, you know how a lot of, yeah, so like this. So the reason, I think the fact that there's an X there says like the previous command, no, maybe not. But a lot of terminals will tell you if your previous command was a failure. All right, we have 2 votes for process exit. Let's do that. And I can never remember, is 0 a successful status, a successful exit status? And then like anything beyond that isn't? Is that accurate? 0 is success. Okay. 1 is error. Cool. Yeah, and then in the other cases, it's still technically successful because it cloned the repo. At that point, you can kind of just do whatever you want. All right, let me go to my existing command and then get any other messages that I'm outputting. And then I think I'm done. I'm done from there. I think that'll be it. Let's see. Missing or invalid directory name. Directory exists. Okay, this is something I think I do want to do though, is output to the terminal with color. So in the node.js world, we have a module called chalk, which lets you set like the print line color. Okay. Hey, Thindal, what's up? Welcome in. Package called colored. I'll try it. Actually, I'll just comment all of this out now because it's complaining. I'm doing good. I'm learning Rust today, so yeah. You're one of the only people I see code on a Mac. I do a lot of other things on my computer, and that's why I like Mac. Like I like to make music, so Ableton runs really well on my Mac. And really, that's mainly it. All right, let's search for a crate that lets us output with colors. It's not gonna be that. Find a crate. Color. Recent downloads? Term color. A simple cross-platform library for writing color text to a terminal. Published November 14th. And this one's published on December. The most simple way to add colors in your terminal. Let's look at these two. We'll pick between the two. Example. Using standard stream, using buffer writer. Yeah, it all looks too complicated. This looks way better. Yeah, we're gonna use colored. So, cargo install colored. There's nothing to install because it has no binaries. Cargo install is only for installing programs. It can't be used with libraries. Cargo, I see. Cargo add colored. All right, so we have colored now. We use it. I don't know if there's like a formatter or a linter for imports, but at least in like, I mean, I guess I follow this even in like .NET code, which is like system modules I list at the top, and then anything external I list below those. But yeah, it auto imports. I'm curious about that. If I put these in like a random order, does the formatter do something about that? Oh, I see. It puts the system modules below. No, it does nothing. It does nothing. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Now that we install that, we should be able to use it. So this augments all of our strings. So that way, let me get back to this. So now we can do print line done. But if we do .cyan, cyan might not exist. .blue? I have to pass it as an arg now. Do we have cyan? Yeah, we do have cyan. Nice. Cool. Cool. Okay, so we got that one. We're going to print an empty line. We're going to print in white. And then we'll have multiple here. So we'll say CD and then the arg. So and then we also want args.directory. And we want this. Okay. I'm curious why I didn't have to put an ampersand in front of args.directory, but let's see if it works. Yeah, let's remove that. And then run it. Nice. That's awesome. Honestly, I kind of want to output the errors in red. Red. And then we also should be outputting an error here. So if we weren't able to clone, this is a clone error. Good to know, Pranyan. Okay, that's something we haven't come across yet. So because this is the last occurrence of using it, we don't need the ampersand. Yeah. Okay. I should have paused. We're on an ad break. So let me pause for the ad break. I'll clean up anything else, push this up to GitHub, and then call it for today. But in the meantime, shouts out to all my supporters. So anyone that supports me on Patreon, Twitch, GitHub, or YouTube, I appreciate you. Here are all of their names. If you would like to support me as well, you can sub or become a member in any one of those places, you also can just show up and watch. I appreciate each and every one of you that are here right now. That's probably the best way to support me, is to just hang out. And coding.garden/support has a bunch more info on how to support. And thank you, Absolog. Thank you for the tier 1. Well, yeah, we're gonna break for another minute and then we'll finish up. Yeah, I'll also just give a summary of everything I learned today. The light from my plant is making me a weird color. Nice, Absolog. What was your old username? Yeah. Yeah, definitely lame. I honestly, no complaints. I think, yeah. And break is over. Welcome back, everyone. Let's finish this up. I'll give a summary of everything I learned today, and also just give you my general opinions on Rust. Cargo Clippy. Let's see. Remove the empty string. Empty string literal and print line. Can I just do print line with no arguments? Cool. Redundant pattern matching. Consider using is error. Oh. Oh, that's good to know. Chronix is so all the packages I have installed, I can get their docs and then look at them locally. Yeah. I guess that's true. I'll re-mention that. if you were in an ad and you didn't hear me, if you subscribe on Twitch, you won't see ads. So that's one way to support me. Is error. Fascinating. Let's try that. It'll get even simpler if we can do that. It's even simpler. Cool. Cool. And then we can tell it to be pedantic. That'll be it'll give us a bunch of errors. Pedantic. Oh, it likes my code, apparently. All right. Is there anything else? First of all, I didn't write any tests, but I guess I'm just not going to have any tests for this for now. But you run the command. I don't want to output this. It's going to git clone the repo. If it successfully cloned it, it's going to remove the .git folder to remove the git history. It's going to do an npm install, and it'll tell you how to do it. Yeah, I think we have one here. I think you're right. We could put this in error messages. So like error messages. Wait. Install error. Yeah. Cool. Unless, did I make it a different error? Yeah, let's just update it. Failed to install dependencies. You can try running npm install in the created directory yourself. Cool. You can set VS Code to highlight code using cargo clippy instead of cargo check. Fascinating. I'll have to look into that. But this is the Rust code that I wrote today. I'm happy with it. we learned quite a bit, even with code this simple. And let's summarize what we learned today. So I actually took a ton of notes too earlier, about like what is Rust and what are we going to learn and all that. And Milos, thank you for the resub. Are you becoming a Rusta too? No. Maybe I will. Maybe I'll reach for it if what we're working on makes sense to reach for Rust. But yeah, let's give a rundown. And also let's validate some of the assumptions and things that I had about Rust at the beginning, because before going into it, obviously I had heard of Rust before. I've worked with C++ and C when I was in university. That's really my only exposure to low-level languages. And then I worked with C# professionally for like 3 years, but that's not a low-level language like this. So someone asked about it earlier, like would I eventually learn OCaml? If enough people want me to, we'll try OCaml. Next Try Day Friday, we're going to be doing Laravel, because that was in second place in the votes today. So we already said it. Next Friday, Laravel it is. In the future, if you want me to try OCaml, you can show up at the beginning of a Try Day Friday and suggest it. Yeah. Okay. We confirmed it's a low-level programming language. It doesn't have a runtime. It compiles natively. We learned about the memory safety. We learned about like borrowing and stuff like that. And so these memory errors are caught at compile time. Other low-level languages typically require like manual memory management, things like malloc and whatever the reverse of that is, to allocate memory and unallocate memory. And other languages also have garbage collectors. Rust does not have a garbage collector. Basically, free, malloc and free, yeah. Rust doesn't have any of those things. It just, depending on how you use the variables, is how it determines if it should remove that variable from memory. Yeah. Oh, we just vote at the beginning of the stream. If you watch the VOD, the first 20-30 minutes is us just getting a list of topics, and then we vote on what people want to see. Yeah, I mean, low-level programming people like it. Anybody that does low-level programming that has come across Rust that I've seen really likes it. And it's blazingly fast. Cool. I feel like there was some assumption I had about it that was wrong. Rust has opt-in garbage collector if you really need it. So like reference counting. Yeah, that's my only exposure to like somewhat automated memory management in like C and C++, or in C++ specifically, with like shared pointer and auto pointer. And I guess Rust has something similar. Yeah, Rust has the heap and the stack. And depending on what you do, you can define where that variable goes. I haven't used Go before, but maybe Go. Yeah, I don't know. Go is technically low level as well, but it does have a garbage collector. So, yeah. Okay. All this other stuff we learned about it. It's low level. It lets you write faster, more reliable software. I think this is the main thing that Rust. One of Rust's main selling points is it's a low level programming language, but it lets you code things in a similar style to higher level programming languages like JavaScript or C# or Java. You have a lot of the niceties that you have in those languages, but with low-level programming. Less hassle than traditional low-level programming languages. I think this is another one of their main selling points, is you can do the same low-level stuff, but the resulting code is simpler, and you have a better developer experience. So yeah. All of the ways to learn are like from the community itself. If I just start taking some notes here on my like overall impressions, the docs are amazing. Everything we wanted to do today, except for one example we found on Stack Overflow, but almost every other example we found in the docs. They had good examples of how to do everything that we wanted to do. Docs were fantastic. I'll say the crates we needed existed. So we found a crate for creating like the colors in the console. We found a crate for handling command line arguments, and those worked great. So yeah, in terms of what we wanted to do, it existed in the ecosystem. I'll say the community is nice. we had like at least Rustations in the chat today, just helping us out when we ran across things. Yeah, and I think that's the other thing is the compiler errors are really good. Like really good. Like they tell you exactly what you need for the most part. I think there were 2 occurrences where the compile error wasn't clear, but the fix was actually pretty clear. Yeah. Careful with the restaurant. Look, I'm not going to get into the politics of anything else. The people that were here today, I consider that the representation of the Rust community, right? I mean, at least in my world, right? Because they're the people that hang out on Twitch that also write Rust. They saw me trying Rust. They came out. They helped out. That's really all I can speak to, right? I have no idea about the greater Rust community or anything else like that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm separating the people that use Rust from, I guess, the creators of Rust or whatever people might have an issue is. Yeah, compiler errors, awesome. What else? I will say, like, the code wasn't too crazy. I think one of the things that a lot of people that work in higher level low programming languages, like I do on a daily basis, when you come across some Rust code, or any other like low level code, it just at first glance it looks like, what am I looking at? But for me, I think I was at least able to get used to the syntax pretty quickly. I think I'm still having an issue like remembering the syntax when I'm trying to do like pattern matching, like this and like this. But overall, for the simple stuff that I was doing, the syntax was fine. There's nothing too crazy, nothing too different from what I'm used to in JavaScript, which is like a C-style language. So, yeah, I will say that's one thing that took me by surprise is like, at least for the simple stuff I wanted to do, the code wasn't crazy. Yeah. Oh yeah, setup and tooling. The cargo is full featured. So we have our project setup, linting, formatting. It's all built in. I didn't have to do anything extra. So once you've installed Rust, you have access to cargo. And the fact that it has project generation was super cool. Easy to add packages. Yeah, no complaints around there. Yeah. One thing I love about Rust, but the extended resources, there's a great Rust cheat sheet. If yeah, you can drop a link. But yeah, and it's blazingly fast. I mean, well, obviously we're not doing anything that would need to be super, super fast, but the code compiled really fast. The code ran really fast. I didn't do any sort of benchmarking, so I can't speak to how fast it was, but yeah. Cool. Anything else I want to mention? Yeah, this ownership concept I think is going to take some getting used to, but seems cool. It seems like an interesting concept that once you get it, your memory management woes are gone. Like once you understand borrowing, you're good to go. Good to go. Didn't they remove this package? I just read this news this morning. Someone published a package that was dependent on every other package on npm, and it broke the ability for anybody to unpublish. Cool. So yeah, I'll check out the cheat sheet. I'll check out blessed.rs. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's everything. Anybody in the chat that was new to Rust as well, let me know, what were your impressions of it? Did you have the same impressions that I did? Obviously, I think I made it easier because I'm taking all of my prior knowledge and applying that to trying to learn this thing. But yeah. Yeah, and thank you, Lame. Thank you for your help earlier too. Says, thanks for checking out Rust. I'm glad you had a good impression. Yeah. Not sure if they removed it. I thought they did. I was reading an article that mentioned that the whole npm team was like scrambling to get rid of it. Compiling can be slow with large projects and with crates like Tokyo or Serde. Yeah, I didn't get to try any of those. I think Tokyo is like the way of creating like REST APIs, right? or backend APIs. Eddie says, my impression is that you're a great programmer. I'm doing my best, man. I'm doing my best. It's what's interesting is they created a left pad like situation for the memes essentially. Oh, it's for async. Okay, never mind then. Yeah, I have no idea then. I'm out of my element. Lord Withon says, I like Rust, but I struggle to fully understand the async stuff. Yeah. Looking for a good tech news website. I just use Reddit. I'll link you to my multi-Reddit. Yes, so, and I'll link you to the old version of Reddit because I can't stand the new version of Reddit. But this is 94 programming and technology related subreddits all in a single feed. And then if you just order by top this week or this month, you'll see all the recent news. And that's where I found actually, I feel like I saw a meme. Oh, here it is. Here it is. NPM registry prank leaves developers unable to unpublish packages. So yeah, it was number 10 in the list. But this is one way I stay up to date. It's almost like a news feed of popular news on Reddit. Let's talk monads. I guess that's the other thing is we didn't really do any sort of like functional programming thing in Rust, but it seems like it would be possible to do functional programming. Like it has lambdas, it has functions as values, right? Axum is for APIs. Yeah, so we'll have to look at that in the future. Is it difficult to learn coding? Yeah, but some things are difficult, some things aren't. I would say the thing you need the most when learning to code is persistence. Because part of learning to program is getting things wrong and trying things. And if you can't handle getting things wrong, if you can't handle working through the errors, you're going to have a hard time programming or learning to program. Yeah, Hacker News is another good one. Yeah. But I think that's the issue with Reddit as well. There are a lot of rude people in the comments too, but a lot of times I don't even look at the comments. I'm just looking at the articles that got shared and stuff like that. Yeah. All right. I think that's it for today. So if you want to see all my notes, I think I'll go ahead and push them up. Here's the thing though. I think I need a git ignore to ignore this target folder. Can any of my Rust peoples confirm that? Like, what are the common things that we ignore in a Git repo? I'm guessing target. We don't want to push up all our builds and stuff. Yeah, so I'll ignore that. And then we'll remove the example API. Actually, I'm going to add example API to the ignore just in case I accidentally create it. Cool. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, everybody. We're going to go on a raid after this, so definitely stick around. But I'm going to push this code up to the Try Friday repo. So you can see all the codes I wrote and the notes that I took. So this is over on GitHub/codinggarden/Try Friday. And then we have today's notes and codes. You can check that all out over here. But yeah, take care. This has been super fun. I really do appreciate everybody that was helping out and all that good stuff. I have a mailing list if you want to get go live notifications. I haven't been sending weekly updates recently, but I'll probably start that soon. But if you join the mailing list, you can get an email notification when I go live. We also have a Discord. If you need code help or you just want to hang out, you can join the Discord. Follow me over on Twitter. I would appreciate it. And then I also have a YouTube. So, yeah. I guess if you're watching on YouTube, you already know what my YouTube is. But if you want to join the Discord, it's over there. And then you can check out my Twitter as well. We're going to go on a raid. So if you are over on YouTube, if you just head over to Twitch, You'll be taken along with all of us to the raid when we go on the raid. And thank you, YY. I appreciate that. But if you're going to raid with us, here are your raid messages. If you're a sub, you can use this raid message. If you are not a sub, you can use this raid message. And Sam is asking, do we give C help? There are people of all expertises in the Discord, so you can ask a question about anything. I don't know now whether or not you're going to get an answer, but if someone in the Discord is familiar with C, they'll try and answer. But yeah. All right, that's it. That's all. Again, thanks everyone for hanging out. Oh yeah, last thing, check the schedule. So schedule.coding.garden or coding.garden/schedule is for when I go live. I'll probably be live Monday, Wednesday, Friday next week as well. So we'll see you then. All right, wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.